Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning, court. Good morning. How you doing, County?
Doing great, sir. I got Ms. Boone in front of you.
Oh, okay. My attorney hasn't shown up yet.
Judge, are Mr. Clark and I supposed to be here today?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Some of the incidents, man.
Oh.
Check this out ahead of time. Okay. Okay. We got two cases.
Yeah, this is all.
Jay, but you remember about this, the boards, right?
Yeah. He's a passenger. I don't know to hear yet. So I mean, good morning, Ms. Howell.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm well. I'm here for Tim Pollard.
So Pollard,
Pollard, yep.
I understand Mr. Pollard is on the pre-defendant case, so I'm going to have to wait on the other defense counsel.
Okay, no problem.
Pollard is a great. Good morning, Mr. Decker.
Good morning, Judge.
So, Mr. Cooper have been brought back because I understand that there was a technical issue with Bindo in that it wasn't, the amendment or the amended information wasn't submitted to magistrate for it to be signed off on. So I really had no jurisdiction to bind over at that point.
Okay.
So
My understanding is that you should be in possession of the signed amended complaint with the magistrate signature on it. If you're not, I guess we have to adjourn today. I mean, what are we thinking here?
you submit it.
Pardon?
When did you submit it?
Well, I submitted the amended complaint on the day that we the day that we met, but I did get a call from OIC yesterday and this morning saying that they were sending it over with it signed. So I showed up in the idea thinking that it was going to be taken care of, that you would have it in your possession right now.
Okay, well, we don't have it as of yet. So maybe it just hasn't made its way to.
Okay.
Okay. Let's put this over for a couple of days. Make sure I do in fact get that paperwork.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, I don't have the discovery, I just have the information.
So Judge,
These cases.
this preliminary exam is set for the 7th.
I can do the 7th.
Okay, I thought the
Sooner would be great.
that was the arraignment on the information day. Because he waived, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, good point, Judge. That's his arraignment date.
So, but that arraignment date is no more because it was never sent over.
Oh, okay.
But since that 7th date is burned in everyone's mind, why don't we keep that date?
Okay, wait, the 7th,
Yes,
on Zoom at 8:30?
yes, let me call the case. So
Oh, sure, absolutely.
yes,
Calling case number 2305-684201. People of the state of Michigan versus Delonzo Clark. Defendant is charged in the amended count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. It's like count 3 and 4, assault with a dangerous weapon, count 5, through 8, weapons, felony, firearm, count 9, domestic violence, defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Eric Decker, P 85931 for the people.
And Renee Cooper on behalf of Mr. Clark. Who's with us, Mr. Clark? Parents,
Unmute
fix your name.
What's your name, sir? Tell us your name, Mr. Clark.
Delonzo Lamar Clark.
All right, so you guys were brought back today because there were technical issues that prevented the court from sending this matter over to circuit court that, as relates to the amended information, things were not done properly and in order, had to be sent over to the magistrate for them to sign off. That wasn't done, so we're going to make sure that that's done. Our off-the-record discussions, Mr. Decker has indicated that the amended information has been sent over, and I'm just waiting on it to make its way to this court. So we're going to give it a couple of days. I'll put this matter over to June 7th at 8:30 via Zoom.
Yes, sir.
That's fine, Judge. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
guys.
Judge.
Have a good day.
Yes,
Have a
sir.
great day.
Mr. Nadeau.
Yes, sir. Did you call me? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm here on Mr. Goins. He's still in the hospital. I spoke with your clerk yesterday. She told me to zoom in. Just gonna set a new date.
Okay.
Ms. Dornick there?
Yes.
I'm on here.
Calling case number 2305-664401. People of the state of Michigan versus Eusebio Bowens. Defendant is charged in count 1, robbery armed, count 2, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felony, firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender, third offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Zornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
And Scott Nadeau, P64316 on behalf of Mr. Goins, who is not present. Your Honor, Mr. Goins is in the hospital. It appears he's having a serious procedure. He's been there since this case started, and he is still there. I would just respectfully ask for another adjournment, give it a little bit more time this time, and therefore, we can appear in person.
You waiving his appearance? For
I am.
purposes of- Okay. Court await the defendant's presence. Continue to plead not guilty and adjourn the preliminary examination. You say a serious procedure.
He had a, from what I understand, he's having amputation.
Oh, yeah, that sounds serious.
Yeah. So he's probably got a lot of medications he's on. So I don't know how clear he would be, and obviously not as mobile.
What do you think about June 21st at 10 o'clock?
Take a look, Judge. Give me a moment. June 21st. June 21st, 10 o'clock. Yes, perfect.
That's fine.
So you know what? I'm sorry. That's not
I'm my assistant here.
Can't do June 21st. I'm sorry.
Is that a homicide day?
No, it's not, but I'm not going to be available. How about June 28th?
I start a homicide trial the 26th. I should be done probably by that Thursday, but I think that's the 29th, right?
Okay. June 30th at 10 o'clock?
That's fine.
Good. 10 o'clock. See you then.
All right. That should give
Thank
us
you.
plenty of-
Thank you, Judge. Good day. Bye now.
June 30th at 10 o'clock. I'll continue. Ms. Barnwell, good morning. Ms. Barnwell, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm running out of a courtroom.
Okay.
Yes, Judge, I had to run out of a courtroom.
I thought you were.
I'm here. No, I was running out of a courtroom.
Okay. What are you here on?
I'm here on Siobhan Boone. I think I see her in the jail there. I'm not sure.
And that's her way. Ready.
She's waving. Yes.
Calling case number 2305-699501. People of the state of Michigan versus Siobhan Boone. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, felony murder, count 2, child abuse, first degree, count 3, delivery of controlled substance causing death.
Parents, for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tina Ripley on behalf of the people, P83688.
Good morning, Your Honor. Wendy Barnwell on behalf of Miss Siobhan Boone. Your Honor, my P number is 42505. She's on the Zoom here from the jail.
Ms. Boone, tell us your name for the record.
Siobhan Boone.
All right, what's your pleasure, Ms. Barnwell?
Yes, Judge, we were requesting an exam.
And how is June 8th at 1:30?
Once, you said June 8th?
Yes, at 1:30.
Okay. I'm supposed to start our trial on June 5th. Wait a minute. So it's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Yeah, I think I'm available, but let me look at my calendar now. Thank you. One split second, Judge. Oh, God. June 8th is good, Judge.
All right.
June 8th at 1:30 is good.
Okay, we continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good day. See you, Miss Boone. See you soon.
Thank you.
All right.
Is Mr. Simon still here?
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Mr. Simon, good morning. What can I do for you?
I'm here with Mr. Brooks, your 9 o'clock exam.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought you were here for PCC. Not quite ready for you yet.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Mr. Humphries.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You're here on Carter?
Yes, yes, sir.
Calling case number 2305-698901. People of the state of Michigan versus Javis Carter. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence, second defense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. James Humphreys, P38930 on behalf of Mr. Carter.
Let me get your P number one more time. It didn't come through clear.
38930.
Thank you. And what's your question, Mr. Humphries?
Is Mr. Carter online by chance or standing in?
Mr. Carter, are you here? Is he in custody?
No, sir.
Okay, he's not in custody, Mr.
Your Honor, at presence for.
You're fading in and out, sir. I can't understand what you're saying.
I was wondering if the court would waive his presence for this hearing.
Court, waive the defendant's presence. What's your pleasure?
We'd ask for an exam.
Court court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on let's do June 7th at 11 o'clock.
Let me check, please. I have an 11:30 sentencing in Judge Slavin's. So I don't think we'll be able to finish it by that time. Can we do the afternoon? Is that possible?
June 7th at 1:30.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, June 7th at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Fulmer. Ms. Fulmer, are you there?
Yes, I am, Your Honor. Good morning. I'm sorry. Took a minute to undo that. Your Honor, I represent Ms. Alicia Davis. She should be on, but she has another appearance at 9 a.m. on another matter in Wayne County Family Division. So I would ask to waive her presence, Your Honor, if the prosecutor is here.
You said that's the case. Okay, so that's, we don't have it yet. Ms. Drain, do you know about Davis? Coming from Judge Sabri's courtroom?
Yes, Judge, I believe that is supposed to come over to your courtroom, I think for a PCC.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Ms. Davis is being brought out the waiting room.
Case number
Oh, she's here.
692-301 before the state of Michigan versus Alicia Davis. Defendant is charged in count 1 and 2, assault with a dangerous weapon.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court, Allison Fulmer, P 60236, appearing on behalf of Alicia Davis.
Ms. Davis, unmute yourself and tell us your name.
Alicia Davis.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Fulmer?
Respectfully, Your Honor, we're asking for a preliminary exam date.
All right, the court will continue to plead of not guilty and set this matter for preliminary examination on House June 7th at 11 o'clock.
Very well, Your Honor.
June 7th, 11 o'clock, bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge. I need digital discovery, Ms. Drain.
Okay, I will get that and send it to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a good day,
Bye.
Judge, you and your staff.
Thank you too.
All right.
Good morning, Ms. Speaker.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm standing in for Attorney Ken Riggins on 2 cases. Quintel Grady, Mr. Grady, I believe is still in the Wayne County, and Viola Creighton, who I believe is present.
Okay. Grady and Creighton. You're all set, Ms. Davis.
Quintel Grady, calling case number 2305-613601. People of the state of Michigan versus Quintel Grady. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great by apparent less than murder by strangulation.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973. I'm standing in for counsel of record Ken Riggins on behalf of Quintel Grady.
And Mr. Grady, are you here?
I believe that's him in the Wayne County Jail.
Yourself, sir.
Yes, sir.
Tell me your name.
Quintel Maurice Grady.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Quick?
Your Honor, we're going to ask to set this for a preliminary examination.
The House June 7th at 11:15.
If I have just one moment to check Mr. Riggins' schedule. At 11:15 on the 7th.
Yes.
That's good.
All right, June 7th at 11:15. Be continued.
Thank you. Mr. Grady, you're just waiting on a tether, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Riggins will be in touch with you.
Okay. You know how long the tether gonna be? Because I've been waiting for like going on 3 weeks now.
3 weeks.
Yeah, I've been waiting since mine. I came here and got a house arrest tether, and I've been waiting. I've been trying to get out on tether for the longest.
I think there was an issue with confusion at the jail with your bond. Mr. Riggins cleared that up yesterday. So it hopefully will be maybe three more days, 3 to 5 days, now that they have the right paperwork.
Okay, we're ready on Creighton.
Calling case number 2106-09-7301, people of the state of Michigan versus Viola Creighton. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, manslaughter, and volunteer. Count 2 and 3, child abuse, second degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Matthew Makepeace on behalf of the people, P82796.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Cheryl Quick, P83973. I'm standing in for counsel of record Ken Riggins on behalf of Viola Creighton. I see Ms. Creighton's name, but it appears she does not have her camera on. I don't know if she can hear us.
Ms. Creighton, unmute yourself and start your video.
If the court would permit, I'm happy to waive Ms. Creighton's actual presence. It looks like she's logged in.
You have been in contact with her?
We've been in contact.
For the way the defendant's presence, what's your question?
We'd like to set this for a preliminary examination.
How's June 6th at 11:30?
Judge, that's not a good date for me. I'm starting a trial on June 5th. That's going to last the week. 13th or 15th, Tuesday and Thursday, the week after.
June 13th, any time of day.
13th works for us, Your Honor.
June 13th, let's say at 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
Very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Belcher?
Good morning, Your Honor. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
What are you here on?
I'm here on Miss Wade. It's a multi-defendant case.
Okay. So I have 2 of 3 attorneys here, maybe Wright Blake is the third. Mr. Blake, good morning.
Good morning. I am the third, Judge.
Okay, then I just need the APA on this. Who's my APA on Pollard, Wade, and Wade? No takers? Let me find out who that is. In the meantime, while we're trying to find that out, Ms. Hamilton, good morning.
Good morning.
How can I help you?
I'm here for Mr. DeMartinez Wade.
You're here on Wade.
Yes.
Ms. Belcher is here on another Wade. Ms. Howell is here on Pollard. So what case are you here on, Mr. Blake? Sounds like somebody got retained out. Right, Blake, are you there?
I'm on Javis Carter.
Okay, we did Carter already. So Mr. Humphrey sounds like he beat you to the punch. He said it for example.
I don't know how he did that. I'm retained. I did the I did the arraignment.
Okay. Well, how does the date of June 7th at 1:30 work for you?
Terrible, but I guess I don't have a choice. So.
Sounds good to me. June 7th at 1:30 is your date.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Your Honor, this is Brian Johnson. I'm not sure why my camera's not working. I have to run to court. I know we're waiting for Mr. Bickert. Is that correct? To address a bond issue from yesterday?
Yes. Yeah, I haven't seen him yet. We'll do what you have to do. I'll be here when you get back.
Yes, sir. I will. Thank you.
Ms. Strang,
Yes, Judge, I'm walking over right now. Yes.
can you inquire as to who my APA is on Pollard, Wade, and Wade?
Oh, sure. Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Who the APA is. God bless you. Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Carter.
Yeah.
Sir, we set your matter for a preliminary examination on June 7th at 1:30.
What'd you say?
We set your matter for a preliminary exam on June 7th at 1:30. That's in person in 36th District Court.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day, sir. You're all
Okay.
set.
Hello.
I see one Pollard, I see one Wade. Am I missing another Wade? Where's Lakeisha Wade? There's Lakeisha Wade. That's Mr. Pollard. Where's D. Martinez Wade? Unmute yourself, I can't hear you. You have to unmute yourself, ma'am.
He's at the Macomb County Jail.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Still on clock?
I'm on court.
Is anybody expecting Officer Timmons? Mr. Drain will be here shortly. Okay, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Bickert is here as well. Was here. There he is.
Call me, case number 2305-668201, people of the state of Michigan versus the Shawshank Goodwin. Defendant charged in count 1, homicide, murder, second degree. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, and to your staff. This is Brian Johnson for the people, P84143.
Have to unmute yourself, Mr. Bickert.
Sorry about that. Tyrone Baker, appearing on behalf of Mr. Darshante Goodwin, P number 62647. Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, I asked you gentlemen back because Mr. Goodwin was before the court a couple of days ago. And it was brought to the court's attention that he had a personal bond. Not sure if he did that. He gave him a personal bond. I know he's been sent for treatment by the forensic center, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
I want to make that we keep him, we don't lose track of him, so I adjusted the bond accordingly. And I set the bond, I believe it was at 500,000 cash here. So 500,000 cash here.
Your Honor, I understood the issue is, I think that the issue with the bond, because I'm sure given the charge that was surprising to the court. However, I think the issue with the bond may have been that, and because I didn't represent Mr. Goodwin at that hearing, but I believe the issue may have been issues that Mr. Goodwin, because of the things that the issues that he has. And again, I wasn't there, so I guess what I'm asking for is, would the court order that the transcript of that hearing be produced?
The transcript of what be produced?
Of the hearing when the bond was placed at personal bond, because I believe it was because of the special conditions and situations that Mr. Goodwin suffers from, whereby the jail may just simply, I believe that it was argued, or at least most likely was argued, that Mr. Goodwin in the jail was a possibly an unsafe situation. Mr. Goodwin is very he can't form new memories, etc. And so, in essence,
treatment, right? So he's not in the jail now.
Well, no. My understanding, Your Honor, is that because hasn't been referred for treatment, he's been referred for an evaluation, which means he sits in the jail until the time in which he's seen. We have clients that are evaluated.
I want him released, especially in light of what I observed during this hearing.
I'm uncertain as to what during the hearing. I'm not sure what the court is referring to.
In any event, Mr. Vicker, I want to make sure that we don't lose track of him. I don't want him being released by the Wayne County Jail by mistake.
Well, I don't want him released by mistake either, Your Honor. But in essence, I mean, all I'm arguing is that, or I guess putting forth is that for whatever reason that the bond was placed, I don't know because I wasn't there. The court hasn't had, right? The court hasn't.
Or would I have?
I understand that, Your Honor, but a judge of the court did do that. And so what I'm asking, all I'm asking is that we can produce
that's what I'm doing.
So that we could produce a transcript so that we could all understand why that occurred.
It doesn't matter to me what was said at that hearing.
Okay, well, I understand that, Your Honor, and I understand that the court has the power and the authority to change the bond. I'm not arguing that. All I'm asking is, because this issue will be readdressed, I'm just asking if the court will, because my client is indigent, I'm asking if the court will order at court expense the production of the transcript from that hearing. Because Mr. Goodwin, although he's been referred for a competency evaluation, that's not the end result as far as where he should be until that time. We have clients that are free on bond that appear for referrals all the time. So that he doesn't have to be in jail to be evaluated.
I'm telling you, Mr. Vicker, that I'm not going to leave him on a personal bond. That's not going to happen.
I understand, Your Honor. I understand. I understand that the court can change the bond. I'm just asking if after that, if the court would just order the production of the transcript.
And my question you still are yet to answer is, why am I doing that? For what reason?
So that, because as you indicated, I don't know why that happened, and the court doesn't know why it happened either. And so I feel that Mr. Goodwin and
I care why it happened.
Well, Your Honor, whether you care or whether the court cares or not, I think that Mr. Goodwin was entitled to bring up bond at this hearing or any other hearing. And I'm just asking for the production of the transcript, which, since I wasn't there, I certainly don't know what happened. The court has already indicated the court doesn't know what happened. So the court doesn't even know why the bond was set at personal bond. But I'm submitting that there may have been issues that were brought up on Mr. Goodwin's behalf because of his particular situation that may be relevant to the court or not. The court has indicated that the court it's not relevant. I understand that. But at some time, I should have the right to present, hey, this is why the bond was set the way it was. Which is at this exact time, I don't know. That's why I'm asking for the transcript.
Mr. Johnson, do you have anything to say?
No, Your Honor, leaving the court's discretion.
So I've repeated myself at nauseam. I'm not going to belabor it anymore. The bond is set at $500,000 cash surety. The defendant is charged with second-degree murder, and he's been referred for a competency evaluation. Doing so, setting the bond at that for protection of the community.
Your Honor, the bond was already set, so the court is changing the bond.
Okay, whatever. I'm changing it to 500,000 cash sure.
Understood. And so,
Good there.
Your Honor, Your Honor has not addressed my request of the transcript.
Denied.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Baker.
you.
Yes, Anderson.
That's a case came from Joseph.
Ms. Casper? Is Ms. Stranger? You have Anderson? Judge Sabrina as well?
I'm not sure. Is it a list of items?
Ms. Casper, are you there?
I am, Judge, sorry.
Ms. Casper, what is your client charged with?
Felonious assault and domestic violence.
Okay.
And we were before Judge Sabri, that's what I kept saying. Then they just told us a couple minutes ago that we were transferred to you.
Okay.
And he's calling in because we cannot get Zoom to work for him.
Is this him on the 248 number?
Yes. And I just stepped back outside of Macomb Circuit Court.
Correct.
Calling case number 2305-696701. People in the state of Michigan versus Eddie Anderson. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Smith of the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. May it please this most honorable court, Nicole Casca, P 55470, on behalf of Mr. Anderson. Mr. Anderson and I are appearing by Zoom video. We do
Mr. Anderson, tell us your name.
and that's his number 2.
Mr. Anderson, tell us your name.
Eddie Anderson.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Casper?
Judge, I do have discovery. I would like to go and set a preliminary exam, please. So I'm just wondering what the court has available.
The court will continue to plead not guilty. We'll set this matter for preliminary examination. How is June 7th at 11:30?
June 7th at 11:30. Yeah, that should be fine, Judge.
Right, June 7th, 11:30, bond will be continued.
And Judge, I did need to address something about bond.
Okay. She lost the suit. Okay, Mr. Simon, are you ready? Yes, Judge.
Calling case number 2305-682-101. People in the state of Michigan versus Ronnie Brooks. Defendant is charged in count 1, assault with intent to do great bodily harm less than murder by strangulation. Count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender with offense notice, mandatory 25-year sentence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Smith of the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Letter Jonathan Simon, P 5. Brooks, who's also present.
Mr. Brooks, tell us your name for the record.
Ronnie Brooks.
Designated time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is a Ms. Cheryl Bowles. She is not present. I cannot proceed without her testimony today.
Move to dismiss without prejudice.
So order, court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Casper, we're back on the record on your case, People versus Anderson.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry about that. There's a little glitch here at the court. So Mr. Anderson, he's got a tether on and it's not allowing him to pick up medical, his like prescription.
You're breaking up. I can't
Because he
understand
is
what you're saying.
treated for several physical ailments, CVS. I'm asking for one of two things. Either one, can we, since this case is from last year, can we eliminate the tether? There's been no contact. I don't think there's an issue. Or in the alternative, can we allow his tether hours to include him to go to and from medical appointments and picking up any medical supplies and prescriptions as necessary?
I missed most of what you said. His reason for needing to tether off is what?
Okay, he's contacted his tether agent multiple times, leaving voicemails, never got a return call back. When he went to CVS to go and pick up his prescription, before he even, as he got there, drove there, he went and the tether started going off, started acting crazy. He drove right back home, called his tether agent, didn't get anything. So he's seeing doctors. He's got doctor's appointments coming up, as well as he's on medication that he does need to pick up, one of them being for his aftercare for his cancer treatments. He has not been able to have those since getting out of jail, and they did not provide him with any medications when he left the jail. I'm asking for one of two things. One, to either eliminate the tether. I don't think there's not a flight risk. There's no danger. There's no contact between the parties. They don't even live remotely close to each other. Or in the alternative, I'm going to be asking the court to have a provision put on the tether hours for the tether unit to allow him to go to and from any medical appointments and procedures, as well as to be able to pick up any medical supplies and prescriptions.
Well, I don't have an issue with the alternative. Adjusting the tether to where he's able to attend medical appointments. As far as the medications, how is he getting his medications now?
He hasn't. That's the problem, Judge. And so when he tried to go and get them, because they were there at CVS, he was not, it started going off and he went right back home and called his tether agent and had not received, what?
He can't have anyone pick his medication up?
Mr. Anderson, can you have anyone pick up your medication? Which means they're going to have to pay for it as well.
Yeah, I tried. They didn't want to go. Hey, look, I left my pills when they let me out of jail. They took them.
Come on. Let's see.
I pick up cancer medications all the time. That shouldn't be an issue.
Judge, in this instance, it is an issue, and he's got some medical conditions, including aftercare for what?
I said I would let him go to a medical appointment. That's not a problem.
I know, but I'm also talking about prescriptions. Him be able, and we're talking like a pharmacy. We're not talking about somebody's house or anything like that.
So he picks up medications, what, monthly? Once a month?
Mr. Anderson, how often do you pick up your medications?
Well, I had my medication. When I left the jail, they took it out of my property.
That's not the question. How often do you have to go pick up your prescriptions?
I don't know. Whenever it runs out, they give me a 30-day supply. So.
Okay, so it's a 30-day supply, Judge.
Okay, so include that in the order. Medical appointments and once a month to pick up medication.
And the court's gonna send it over to the tether unit?
You send over the proposed order.
Okay, Judge, I'll do it after I get out of court this afternoon because that's how long it's gonna be, unfortunately. I apologize.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, we can leave the meeting.
We could do what now?
You can leave the meeting. You
All
can
set,
hang up
sir.
your phone.
Have a good day.
Uh,
Kimberly Lewis, connect your audio.
In looking at the redefendant case, Brady, Howard, and Wade, this was not looked like in any kind of special judgment. When I initially saw it, I thought that it is maybe somebody from the homicide unit handling this.
It's not an elder abuse or anything like that.
No, it's not. And I just read the case and it's about a neighbor issue that escalated. And more people got involved. There's no domestic relationship that I can see. So, and there's no domestic violence charge. So I don't see that. I don't know why it's in this court.
Nobody's elderly. Probably was marked about elder abuse or something like that.
Yes, and it was charged by someone from general warrant. It wasn't charged by any special unit.
So Ms. Belcher, Ms. Howell, and my other attorney, Ms. Hamilton, looks like you guys are in the wrong courtroom. We're gonna have to find out where you're supposed to be. This isn't my case. It doesn't meet the criteria to be here.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
So bear with me. I'll find out where you're supposed to be. That's that.
Just the one complainant that is listed is 29.
Sorry.
The one complainant that's listed on this case is 29.
Oh, it's not. You get to give something to somebody else. Judge Jefferson. Okay. Ms. Hamilton? Ms. Belcher? Ms. Howell?
Yes, Judge.
The case has been transferred to Judge Jefferson.
Which courtroom is she in?
I believe it's 438.
439.
Okay,
I'm sorry, 439.
okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank
Mr.
you. Have a
Powell,
good-
thank you, Judge. Mr. Powell, I'm gonna text you a new Zoom ID.
Leslie Posner. Gonna text you the right courtroom, sir.
Here I am. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to get myself back in order since all this surgery and rehab and everything. Not easy. So here I am. I wanted to just to note that the preliminary exam for my client, Krista Reese, will be on Zoom this afternoon. I'm praying.
No, exams are in person.
Is there any way it could be done on Zoom? I haven't really gone out yet. I'm still just started rehab and I just had surgery on the 10th. And because of the situation with these two, I think we'd be better on Zoom.
Who's your client?
Krista Reese. I only have a couple questions for the plaintiff or whatever, victim.
Krista Reese.
Krista Reese, there's two of them at 12. One is a PPO. No. One is a, I'm sorry. One is,
I see it.
yeah, one is a DV on a stalking in 22, and one is a recent larceny from person recently at their son's school. And I only have a couple questions for him. It's a he said, she said, Your Honor. That's simple. Oh, nothing, I can't do much with it until I get to a circuit, I guess, huh? I mean, it's the question. Yeah, she's fine. She's looking forward to that, but she doesn't want to see him, obviously.
Do you have any objection to appearing via Zoom?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
That's fine, Ms. Posner.
Is that Miss Drain?
Yes.
Thank you, Shelley. Hi, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm just getting them over a big surgery, but you know what? God brings me to it. He'll get me through it, right, Judge King?
That's right. Ms. Hamilton, what are you here on?
Thank you very much. I'll tell my client.
I'm here for D. Martinez Wade, which.
Okay, let's send it over to Judge Jefferson.
Okay, that's what I thought you said. I just want to double check. Thank you.
All right.
All right, so see you at 12, right?
Yes, ma'am. See you there.
Thank you. All right, have a good day.
Corey Jenkins. Calling case 2356857, people of the state of Michigan versus Corey Christopher Jenkins. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to do great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green was speaking of 60249.
No.
Good morning, Your Honor. Steve Benkin, E156, appearing on behalf of Corey Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, tell us your name for the record.
Corey Christopher Jenkins.
There's date and time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I am not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness is named Jessica Norris. She was notified of today's date and time, and she did not wish to appear before today.
All right, move for proceeding.
So ordered. The court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yeah, let me know.
That's the case. It came from-
Connect your audio, ma'am. Connect your audio. Yes, Ms. Howell?
No, Judge, I was looking for the third attorney. She did not log in to Judge Jefferson. And I was trying to see if she was still over here. We couldn't hear you. It's
No,
ridiculous.
Judge Jefferson, talk about, Ms. Hamilton.
Yes. She was like literally on with you, and now she's not on. And it's like, okay, I'm ready for it's over with. I'm ready since 8:30. Wow. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Posner?
Hold on. All right. All right, hi, I didn't have the Zoom number. I just have the 3600000.
Can I help you with something now?
I just need to know the Zoom number.
You're on Zoom.
I know, but it's automatic. I want to give my client the Zoom number so she can go on that way.
360-234-0000.
Oh, okay, got 234, got it. All right, thank you very much. See you later.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Get out of here. So weird. Still there.
ready. I understand.
Michelle Thomas. Calling case 2356910, People of the State of Michigan versus Michelle Elizabeth Thomas. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon, count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drinking People, number 60249. Good morning. Cindy Henderson with NDS P84839. Here on behalf of Ms. Thomas. Ms. Thomas, can you state your name for the record, please? Michelle Elizabeth Thomas.
Designate time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
I am that, Your Honor. The complaining witness is a Mr. Justin Chambers. He was notified of today's hearing. He is not present and cannot proceed without his testimony today. Your Honor, at this time, we will be asking for dismissal given that.
So order the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
You have a good day. So 10 o'clock here?
We got the.
We got the witness.
We ain't got the witness. But the defense and the defendant is here, and the prosecutor, the APA is here.
They can come in. Morning, yeah. Good morning, Officer Williams. How are you? Good. You surviving the heat?
I'm going to do some good last year. I'm going to do some good last year. I sure am. You know what DT gonna charge you anyway, you might as well cut it on.
Yeah, they gonna judge.
Yeah. How was the holiday? It was good.
Stay in town?
I did. I forgot we had a trip next week. Costa Rica. You already gone. You need me to get y'all later? I'll hook y'all up. Yes.
Good morning, Ms. Mendenhall.
Good morning.
How are you today?
I'm well. You?
Good. Who's your APM?
I'm just waiting for my witness to walk in. Yes, sir.
2 minutes. Witness. No. No, you're right.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Defense counsel.
She's number one.
Calling case 2356578, people of the state of Michigan versus Andre Aiken Evans. Defendant is charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree, person under 13, defendant 17 years of age or older. Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
And good morning, Maria Manarino, P 39531, on behalf of Mr. Evans, who is present in the courtroom. Mr. Evans, please identify yourself.
Andre Evans.
Day's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, people are ready. I just asked for mutual sequestration. I do have my OIC, Officer DeMario Elliott, line right now, if you permit to stay.
Any objection?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness of order, you log off at this time. How many witnesses will be?
One.
Ready to call your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The people call him as Summer Evans.
And should I be adjusting the camera for this evidence?
Yes, Your Honor, she's a juvenile.
Good morning. Please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over there. It sounds like you're talking very softly. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Hey, please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to come to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yeah. Can you please state your name one more time, real nice and loud for the record, please?
Summer Evans.
And Summer, do you know someone named Andre Evans? Do you see him in the courtroom today? Okay. Can you point and say something that he's wearing right now?
Blue shirt.
You're gonna ask for in-court identification of defendant Mr. Andre Evans at this time.
So,
And how do you know Andre Evans?
He's my dad.
And how old are you, Summer?
I'm sorry, you said you were. Your dad, speaking to the microphone.
And Summer, how old are you?
12.
Do you know the difference between the truth and a lie?
Yes.
Okay, and you understand, you and I had a conversation that the only thing that you speak in this courtroom is truth, is that right?
Yes.
So if I say my shirt is bright red, is that the truth or a lie?
Hello.
Now, Summer, I want to bring your attention to an address at 18420 Grayfield Street in the city of Detroit. Do you know where that is?
Yes.
And what's at that location? Is it a house, is it a business or something else?
A house.
And who all lived at that house?
Me, my brother, my dog, my dad, and my mom.
So back in 2019, how old would you have been? Do you know?
9.
Did something happen around that age that brings you into court today involving your dad?
Yes.
Okay. And did it take place at that Grayfield Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes.
Okay. So what exactly happened when you were about 9 years old? Did something, let me ask you this, did something happen in that house?
Yes.
Okay. And did that something involve Andre Evans?
Yes.
Okay, and what exactly happened between Andre Evans and yourself? What, if anything, did he do? Okay? Take a deep breath, okay? Do you remember something happening that brings you into court today? Do you know why you're here right now?
Yes.
Okay. Did something happen between your dad and you?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened?
Yes.
What happened when you were about 9 years old?
Okay.
When you say he, who are you talking about? Okay. And what exactly did he do? Do you know with what he touched your private part with?
Okay.
Okay. And where exactly did his hands go? When you say private part, what part of your body are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a name for that area, or do you just say the part that you be out of? Do you call it something? Vagina. So at some point you indicated that he touched you, is that right?
Yes.
And how did that start? Did he say something to you, or were you doing anything with him at the time and it led up to that, or what happened?
In my back seat.
Do you remember what time of day it was?
No.
Was it daytime, nighttime?
Nighttime.
Nighttime. Okay. What room did you sleep in?
My room.
Did you share that room with anybody else, or was it just yours?
Just one.
So at some point, did you indicate that your dad came into the bedroom, or that you left the bedroom?
He came in.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he say that you can remember when he came into the bedroom?
Nothing.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he do that you can remember?
He touched me.
Were you laying down in the bed, or sitting down, or standing?
Laying down.
And do you remember being asleep and being woken up, or something else?
I was asleep.
Okay. And how do you remember being woken up?
I felt pain.
And do you remember what you were wearing at that time? You were jammies or nightgown or something?
Nighttime.
And where did his hands go initially?
Under.
Was it under the panties, over the panties?
Under.
And how did that feel? How are you feeling at the time?
Here.
And do you remember if his hands went inside or outside or just stayed on top of your vaginal area?
On top.
Okay. Did anything else happen around that time?
No.
Did anything else happen at a different time, a different day between your dad and you that you can remember? I'm sorry, did you say yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. Did it happen?
Loud into the microphone, looks like.
We're making a record, so we want to make sure we have everything you're saying, okay? So you said something else happened. Was it the same day or a different day than when that happened that you just described?
A different day.
Okay. Now, what happened on that different day?
It was nighttime.
Do you remember how old you were?
8.
Okay. So what happened at nighttime when you were about 8 years old?
I was asleep.
Okay, were you sleeping in a bed?
Yes.
And when you were 8 years old, did you still have that room to yourself or did you share it with anybody else?
We're still okay. I think I still have my own.
And do you remember sleeping with your door shut or your door open at night?
That time it was open.
Okay. And what do you remember happening at that time?
Yeah, did something inappropriate.
Say that again.
Yeah, did something inappropriate.
Okay. So when you say inappropriate, can you tell the court what exactly happened?
Yeah, it's like a private part.
Okay. When you say this private part, what are you talking about? Do you have a name for it?
It's penis.
Okay. So what exactly do you remember him doing with his penis?
Put it in my butt.
Put in your what?
But
Okay. When you say butt, is that area where you poop out of?
yes,
Okay. And do you remember his penis going inside or staying outside that area?
inside.
Okay. And how did that start? Do you remember him saying anything to you?
No.
Were you asleep at the time or were you awake?
Sleep.
Okay. And what's the first thing you remember happening at that time?
Been doing it.
What were you wearing? If you can remember.
I don't remember.
Do you remember having any kind of panties or underwear on?
Wait,
Do you remember anything happening to those panties or underwear at that time?
took them off.
Okay, who took them off?
Whatever.
Now, and you remember him putting his penis inside of your butt, is that correct?
Yeah.
How long did that last?
Couple of minutes.
Was he staying still or was he moving around at all? While he had his penis inside of your butt? Okay, do you remember what kind of motion he was making or no? And were you feeling at that time?
Scared again.
And you said that lasted a couple minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, what made it stop? If you can remember.
Oh,
Okay. Was there another time that you can remember something happening in that house with your dad?
no.
So your testimony today, you're talking to the court right now, is that this only happened twice? About when you were the age of 8 or 9, is that correct?
It happened at another house.
Okay. Where did this other event happen?
My old house.
Okay. Do you remember how old you were at that time? Okay. Do you remember exactly what happened? Is that other house in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember the address or no?
No.
Okay, that's okay. And what happened at this other location?
Yeah, touched me.
With what did he touch you?
His hand.
Did he, and where did he put his hands in? Now, were you wearing clothes or no clothes at that time?
Well,
And did his hands stay over the clothes or did it go under the clothes at any time?
under.
Okay. And when you say under, is it the area, where, was his hand in an area that you described as your vagina?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you remember his hand going inside or outside of your vagina?
Outside.
Okay, so at no point did it go inside your vagina, is that right? Right, do you remember any other incidents happening at that Grayfield Street address between your dad and you?
No.
Prior to these events happening at this Grayfield address, do you remember your dad drinking at all or?
Objection leading.
It's a child that's Do you recall seeing your dad drink anything on those times that these events happened to you?
Yeah.
What did you remember seeing your dad drink?
Drinking.
I'm sorry.
He was drinking.
Do you remember what, if anything, you saw him drinking?
No.
And how often would you visit your dad? Or see your dad on a daily basis around that age? Okay. Did you notice any kind of personality changes or anything like that when he would be drinking?
You know, again, objection, I think this is beyond, the question is a little overbroad.
Judge, I asked her if she saw him drinking. I'm asking if she saw any behavioral changes around that time.
Well, just for the record, she hasn't even indicated what he was drinking. When he drinks coffee, when he drinks tea, when he drinks Coca-Cola, she's just indicated that she didn't know what he was drinking.
I'll ask more specific question. Do you remember seeing what, if anything, your dad had to drink around those times?
Alcohol.
Okay, do you know what kind of alcohol or no?
No.
Okay. And when you saw him drinking, did his behavior change at all prior to him doing these things to you that you say happened?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see change wise?
Just acting weird. I don't know how to describe it.
Okay, when you say weird, do you know what that means? Or what would he do that seemed weird to you?
Just acting different.
So your testimony today is that you remember three events happening, two at one address and the other one at your old house?
Yes.
Who lived at that old house with you, do you remember?
My dog, my mom, my brother.
And when all of this happened, who was the first person that you told?
Objection, there's been no indication she's ever told anyone.
We're here today, Judge, we're in court, obviously she told somebody. Who's the first person that you told that this happened to? These things happened to you?
My teacher.
Thank you. And the teacher that was the first person you told, who was that?
My social studies teacher was Parker.
How was it that you came to tell Ms. Parker?
I just like let it out.
Okay. Did you come to tell Ms. Parker after Ms. Parker confronted you about some behavior you were exhibiting at the school?
Say
okay. Ms. Parker wanted to talk to you about something, right?
Yes.
And it was something that she learned about what you had been doing from another student. Is that fair? Okay. Another student had something on their phone, pictures that you had sent them. Okay. And Ms. Parker became aware of what was on that other student's phone and wanted to confront you about it.
Yes.
Okay. And the other student, well, there were a couple of other students who had things on their phone relating to you that Ms. Parker was concerned about, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. One of them was a girlfriend of yours, a student at the school, correct, a friend of yours? Now you, and that student's mother found something on the phone and brought it to the school's attention. Is that your understanding of what had happened?
I didn't know.
You didn't know how, it came to be that Ms. Parker became aware of what was on the phone? Okay, and without getting into details about what was on the phones, Ms. Parker was concerned that it was behavior that was inappropriate for somebody your age. Okay. And that's something that, was, Ms. Parker had indicated she was gonna bring to your parents, bring to your parents to discuss with them. Is that fair?
She had only talked to me.
Okay, did she tell you that she was gonna be telling your parents and bringing your parents in to discuss this?
No.
Do you know whether in fact your mother had already contacted the school about concerns your mother had about what was going on at the school?
No.
Did your mother ever have occasion to take your phone away from you?
Yeah.
And your mother took your phone away from you when she found things on the phone that concerned her?
Yeah.
And your mother, in fact, was in the process of talking about pulling you out of that school and getting you into some kind of other program or therapy. Is that something your mother had discussed with you?
She had took me to a new school.
She had already taken you to a new school.
No, she just took me to a new school.
I'm sorry,
She just took me to a new school.
she just took you to a new school. Now,
Yes.
okay, but before, at your old school, were you aware that both your mother and father were concerned and were talking about pulling you out of that school?
Yes.
Okay, and your father also was aware of things that were on the phone that were inappropriate.
I'm not objecting to speculation, she's asking what the father knows.
Yes, she knows.
She can't testify as to what she knows.
Okay, well, I can ask you specifically. Your father had taken your phone away from you a number of times before, hadn't he?
Yeah.
And your mother would then give the phone back.
Yeah.
And when your father took your phone away from you, do you know why he was taking your phone away from you?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of why he was taking your phone away from you?
It was inappropriate bingo.
All right, so I want to talk a little bit just about what was going on with the family. When you were younger, you and your brother and your mother and your father all lived together.
Yeah.
And like life was good. You got along well with your father.
Yes.
Got along well with your mother.
Yes.
Okay. And there came a time that you were aware that your parents were splitting up.
Yes.
Even after your parents split up, you guys all still lived together, right?
Yes.
Even though they were not a married couple, they still got along very well. Correct? In fact, your mother and your father were like best friends to each other.
I'm gonna ask you the relevance of this line of questioning.
I think she's building towards something. I'm gonna go back.
Very quickly, we'll get to it. Your parents lived together in the same household for quite some time, even after they split up.
Yes.
There came a time when, in fact, they did start living in separate houses, right?
Yes.
And do you know when that was?
2021.
Okay, so within the last 2 years, very recently, right?
Yes.
And do you know why, in fact, at that time they went to different homes?
My mom had got a boyfriend and he invited her to stay.
Okay, and your mother, in fact, had another child with her new boyfriend?
Yes.
Okay, and that's when, the two households went to separate households.
Yes.
Okay. And so that was about 2 years ago. So if you're 12 now, it would have been when you were about 10?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you were all living together, is it fair to say that what you just described, you described happening during the period of time that your parents were all living together in the same house?
Repeat?
After your parents split up, when you were about 10, you would go back and forth, staying sometimes with your dad and sometimes with your mom.
Yes.
After you split up and you went sometimes with your dad and sometimes with your mom, nothing happened that you described after that period of time, right? After you were 10, you didn't describe anything happening. Is that what you just testified to? Okay. So I want to now talk just a little bit about the time you were in fact staying together, right? Both of your parents were working. Is that fair?
Yes.
And did they work different shifts?
Yes.
Do you know what shifts they were working?
No.
You don't know if your mom was working midnights and your father was working during the day or the other way around?
Sometimes they work during the night and sometimes during the day.
Okay. And I'm not gonna ask you to try to remember when sometimes the shifts would change.
Yeah.
Was there ever a time they worked the same shift and somebody else was taking care of you?
No.
Always worked, as far as you can remember, different shifts?
Yeah.
So sometimes you would work during the nights and sometimes during the day?
Yes.
Same with your mother, sometimes during the day and sometimes at night?
That's the day.
She only worked during the day?
Yes.
If she worked during the day and he was working during the day, who would take care of you?
He's my fourth down floor. That's like afternoon. That's why the day.
Okay. When these things that you described happened, did you ever tell anybody?
No.
Never told your mother?
No.
You had a really good relationship with your mother, right?
So I told her like recently, but like a couple months ago.
You told her recently, you told her after you told Miss Parker, right?
Yes.
You didn't tell her before Miss Parker.
No.
Okay. So before Miss Parker confronted you at school about what was on your phone, you hadn't ever told anybody this, right? After you told Miss Parker, who else did you talk to about this?
Only Miss Parker, my mom.
Well, you had an occasion to be interviewed by somebody, do you know what a kids talk is?
Yeah, we went to a kids talk.
Okay, so you told Miss Parker, your teacher.
Yes.
And then, after you told Miss Parker, you talked to your mom about it?
Yes.
Okay, and after talking to your mom, did any police officers interview you?
Yes.
What police officer, or let's start with, when did you talk to the police officers?
Miss Parker has called the police.
So at the school, when you're there with Miss Parker calls the police, and the police come, right?
Yes.
And when the police come, do you talk to them?
They only talk to my mom.
Did you talk to the police? Did any of the police come up to you and say, hey, Miss Evans, can you tell us what happened?
No.
Okay, nobody asked you what happened?
No.
And at some point, somebody wants to talk to you and do a kids talk, right?
Yes.
Do you remember that kids talk?
Yes.
Do you remember what they asked you?
They had asked me what happened.
Okay, so after the kids talk, did you have occasion to talk to anybody else? Tell them what happened?
I had got a therapy.
After you, after your parents started living in separate households and you, would spend some time with your dad and some time with your mom, you would still go and spend some time with your dad, right?
Yeah.
And that you and your brother would both do that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would go back and forth depending on their work schedule, right?
Yes.
So sometimes you would be spending the night at your dad's and sometimes the night at your mom's?
No, I would stay with my dad, but after school, I would go to my mom's.
Okay, so you would go to your mom, because they work different shifts, and I hear this all the time from parents who work these shifts. You would go, after school, you would go back to your mom's because she was still there.
Yeah.
But there came a time that then she would leave for work, right? And then when your mom would leave for work, you would go and stay at your dad's.
Yeah.
And that would be at night, right? And then you would go back to your mom's early in the morning when she got off her shift.
I lived with my dad, but he would take us to school, and then after school, we go to his house, and then we go back to his house. And on weekends, we stay at her.
Okay. So that's gone on for a couple of years, right? And during that time, you didn't have any issues with your dad other than him trying to take your phone away. Is that right? No issues other than him trying to keep taking your phone away from you? Okay. And just so I'm clear, this school that you started at, how long, that you're not at the same school you were with Ms. Parker, right? How long had you been at that school with Ms. Parker?
I was at school for like 8 years.
Since from kindergarten, right? Until how far in grade does that school go?
It goes to high school. So I stayed till 6th, like the first half of 5th grade, then I moved to 5th grade.
Okay, so so the school has kids in it from kindergarten up to high school?
Yes.
Okay. Do you consider the stage you're at middle school?
Yes.
Okay, and middle school is in what grades?
6th, 7th, and 8th, they're in a different building, and then high school is in a different building.
Okay, so 6th, 7th, and 8th, and we're in 6th grade?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the youngest of the group of kids who are there, right?
Yes.
And you, were you involved in activities at the school?
Why is that relevant?
Because I want to ask her about her exposure to other kids in that school, which is part of the reason that she was pulled out of that school. Just a couple of questions, Judge. Okay. You were involved in cheerleading.
Yes,
You were one of the youngest cheerleaders.
I was in cheerleading in first, no, not first, fifth grade.
Okay, and when you are involved in cheerleading, are you, practicing and working out and going to games with cheerleaders who are older?
Yeah, some the same age and some in seventh, eighth.
Seventh and eighth graders. So you, fifth grader, eighth graders, were all part of the same group that you were involved in.
Yes,
And the same with the games that you would cheer at. You would cheer at games where the kids, the boys that were playing were again anywhere from that same age, fifth grade to eighth grade.
we cheered for 6th and 7th grade.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Can you redirect?
No, Judge.
So this is the part that I hate the most, because it's kind of, it's uncomfortable for me to ask these questions as they are for me to answer, but I need to know more detail about what she said took place. Now, you said you were 8 years old when your father put his penis in your butt?
Yes,
You said when that happened, you were asleep at first, is that right?
yes.
You came in your room?
I was in his room.
You were in his room, okay, all right. So, again, this is not very comfortable for me either, but I need you to answer these questions as honestly as possible. When that happened, can you tell me what you were feeling at that moment?
In emotion?
In emotion, or was there pain, crying, any injury to you, anything like that?
It hurt, and I was scared.
Felt scared? You said it hurt? Were you injured at all? No blood or anything?
No.
Now, at the time, you were all living together, right? How old were you when mom and dad weren't living together anymore? And when did you first tell about what happened to you? How old were you?
11.
This was last year when you told me?
Yes.
Any questions based on my questions?
Well, just so we clarify, when you say last year, did it happen just earlier this year, just a couple months ago when you first told Ms. Parker about what happened?
Yeah, I told her this year because I had just heard her.
All right, thank you very much. You may step down. Just push it over. You know the witnesses?
No, Judge.
Can you witness on behalf of the defendant?
No.
People?
Where the people moved to bind over on count 1 and not count 2, but the people will request the addition of criminal sexual conduct, force, force and coercion. The testimony today was that this Summer Evans, who is now still under the age of 13, was at home and she remembers her dad penetrating her with his penis into her anal opening. She also described an instance around 8 or 9 years old where he touched her vagina area under her underwear. I don't believe she testified to any kind of penetration with his hand or fingers, but she did describe contact, Judge. I would argue that that would be for no other reason but for sexual gratification on the part of the defendant.
So that would be fourth degree instead of second degree?
For count 2, yes, Your Honor. So people ask to be binding over on count 1, CSC first degree as well as count, I do count two CSC.
Ms. Marino?
So obviously the court is aware of what my concerns are and whether or not the credibility, I hate to even call it credibility, but the memories of this child are sufficient to sustain a bind over. What is most troubling to me is he doesn't say, according to her testimony, he doesn't say or do anything that tells her, don't say anything to anybody, keep this between us, it's our little secret, don't tell anybody. And she tells us she has a good relationship with her father, a good relationship with her mother, and yet she tells no one ever. And not only does she not tell anybody, but after the parents stop living in the same household, and what is not clear yet is, are other people in the household? Where's the mother? Where's the brother? Where's the dog? What's going on that this kind of behavior can go unnoticed, unchecked, and nobody sees or hears anything? But even after they split up, she has no qualms going to stay with him, doesn't tell anybody, doesn't indicate she has any reason not to go, that she fears going, that she has any problems going, or that anything happens for years after. And these allegations only come to light when there are some disturbing things that are that come up that when confronted by a teacher. I think there's any number of reasons to doubt the memories of this child, to the extent where I just don't think the bind over is appropriate, sufficient at this time, or that there's sufficient proofs at this time to sustain a bind over. So I would ask the court to I don't believe the proofs are sufficient at this time.
I misspoke. I would ask that that second count just is the second degree person under 13. This requires sexual conduct under 13, defendant over 7. To Ms. Marino's argument, she's basically asking us to get to the same of a 12-year-old child and tell me why she wasn't making disclosures sooner. I think there could be a variety of reasons why that didn't happen. It doesn't mean that the sexual contact between fathers or evidence and son. The issue with the phone and misbehaviors at school, again, we don't know the source of that, but the source very well could have been the underlying actions of Mr. Evans against his daughter. So there are a number of issues why she could have disclosed late, why she didn't disclose at all. One of which could have been fear. She would describe when the act is happening, she was scared, Judge. So none of this negates the probable cause that this happened. So that's where about the final one.
For this court not to bind over on the one criminal sexual conduct first degree person under 13, 17 years of age or older. And do we have a stipulation that the defendant is over 17?
I would submit such a. Give her back.
Proofs are closed. Obviously, she's upset.
All right. And the amended charge of criminal sexual conduct, second degree person under 13, 17 years of age or older. I would have to find that there was something inherently incredible about the witness's testimony. And I simply did not find her testimony to be inherently incredible. In fact, one could find that her testimony was very credible and that it took a lot of courage for her to come in this court and to talk about very personal things that allegedly took place between her and her natural father. That had to be, if not demeaning and humiliating for a 12-year-old child to talk about her natural father, who is And I would have to find that her motivation for doing so was because he took her phone. Now, I'm first to admit, having a great niece and a great nephew in a home with me at this time, when you take their phone, they get kind of crazy, and go into a state of depression. I've seen it happen, but I think that's far-fetched to believe that she would make up such a story as this, knowing the consequences, appreciate, even if they're not in the same household anymore. I think her behavior with the cell phone and taking images of herself and sharing with other children can be very easily explained as well, because from what I've seen, children or adults for that matter who have been sexually abused can go one way or another. They can become more promiscuous or homosexual. And this would not be far-fetched that she's acting out as a result of what allegedly took place between her and her father, her natural father. That being the case, the court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint warrant. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. Do we have any issues as to bond?
No.
Bond will be continued.
Should we have, I'm sorry, is there an arraignment date?
The arraignment on the information date time will be June 14th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Bond proceedings.
Thank you.
The statute for CSC second.
750.520, C as in cat, number 1, and A as in apple.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, yeah. We didn't show me that.
Shall we don't need that's correct. Or you just.
Yeah, of course, so we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Ms. Sprinkle, how you doing?
All is well. I was very
Thank you very much, I appreciate that. Mr. Elsie, how can I help?
Hey, good morning, Judge. I have an exam tomorrow morning with Mr. Gonick. It's Al Hassan Ayash, and Mr. Gonick just filed a motion for some additional discovery and to adjourn the exam. And he was hoping to have it heard this morning or this afternoon. I just wanted to see if there's a time we could get on the court's docket today.
Get on as soon as possible. Bring them on.
Okay, I'll get a hold of him. Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the additional discovery?
It's some materials from the court will call this is the gas station case. It's some materials from a prior case involving the shooter.
Why is that relevant? Okay,
That's
I'm gonna
yeah.
argue this motion.
Well,
Okay,
I'll get him on, Judge. Thanks.
all right. Deontay Anthony Neal. Calling case 2356708 for the state of Michigan versus Deontay Anthony Neal. Finished charged with count 1 assault, intention to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Carolina Sprinkle, P 49898, on behalf of Mr. Deontay.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Deontay Anthony Neal.
There's a date, time, step, preliminary examination, are we ready to proceed?
I am not, Your Honor. The complaining witness is the nearest to my reporter. She was notified of today's date and time. She has chosen to not appear for the court hearing today, and I cannot proceed without her.
That's what we'll for dismissal.
So order, the court will dismiss the matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll be able to get you in a few minutes.
Okay.
Judge, can my client sit up here with me?
Sorry,
Can my client sit up here with me?
why should you be special? We have all the other defendants sitting in the first row.
I'm just asking, it's easier for me to communicate with him who's next to me, but I'm at the court's
We're
pleasure.
still doing the social distance.
Okay. Yes, Judge?
All right, ready?
I
Calling case 2356823, equal state of Michigan versus Keon James Azek.
oh, Judge, this is Brandon Holman, I apologize. I can do Q&A where he's in the hall, whatever works.
What do you mean? Oh. Calling case 2356819, people of the state of Michigan versus Brandon Leonard Holman. Defendant is charged with count 1 home invasion, first degree, count 2 domestic violence, second offense notice, count 3 assault or assault and battery. Defendant has an additional offense second. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Milkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of Brandon Holman, who is present in your courtroom. Mr. Holman, state your name for the judge, please.
Brandon Leonard Holman. Date, time, step, preliminary examination, are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. The complaining witness was contacted. Your Honor, she did indicate that she would appear today. However, this matter was set at 10:30 and it's 11:06, and she is not answering her phone. So I cannot proceed without her.
Your Honor, I move for dismissal without prejudice.
So order, the court will dismiss this matter without prejudice. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll wait for you.
Thank you.
Keon Avery. Calling case 2356823, people of the state of Michigan versus Keon James Avery. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence, third offense notice. Defendant has released offender fourth offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor, Shelley Drake, the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Pilkowitz, P81653 on behalf of Keon Avery. Mr. Avery, will you state your name for the judge, please?
Keon Avery,
Mr. Avery, what are you wearing?
my work vest, I was at work today.
Why are you coming to court like that? Didn't you know you had court today?
Yeah, I was in the rush there, yeah, I was eating work.
Judge, he works midnight.
So what? It's 11 o'clock in the morning. You come to court dressed in a dirty t-shirt and a work vest. Where do you work at?
National,
What?
national,
What is that?
for Christ. I work at the university at night.
Your Honor, it won't happen again.
There's a date time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed. The complaining witness is a Ms. Alicia Embry. She was notified of today's date and time, and she is not present. I cannot proceed further testimony.
And I move for a dismissal without prejudice.
So Avery, you've been to court at least 3 other occasions. You know how to address the court, don't you? Excuse me? It's plain disrespectful, sir. If you don't dress like that, at least wear some clean clothes. We'll dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Step on hallway, so we go through turning over.
Mr. Gunn,
Good morning, Judge.
good morning. So what's going on?
I sent over an emergency motion to compel discovery and ask for a new exam date. That's why we're here.
What discovery?
Your Honor, I requested, well, there's 2 aspects to it. The discovery that I'm requesting that the prosecutor is not willing to give is Mr. McCray, who was the shooter in this case, had a prior CCW case a couple years ago.
What does that have to do? Why is that relevant to your client?
Well, a couple of reasons it could be relevant, Your Honor. There were individuals who brought Mr. McCray to the gas station where the shooting occurred. They were interviewed and asked, did you know if Mr. McCray ever carried a gun in the past? One individual said yes, because he had shot at me in the past. But other individuals, including his mother, and I believe 2 of his sisters, indicated that they didn't. How it may be relevant, Judge, is simply this. If they were present with him when he was arrested with a gun, that would, go to their credibility. And I think it's relevant for that reason.
I don't think it's relevant at all, particularly as it relates to your client.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm not going to quarrel with you because I know better. Number 2 is, and the other thing that I was requesting that they denied was, in that case, there was a gun board letter sent to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office. How that is relevant is in this regard. Usually you present mitigating factors in the gun board letter requesting a dismissal of the felony firearm.
And what does that do with your client?
Well, if, for example, Mr. McCray had substantial mental health issues that were presented there, and they presented documentary evidence to support that may assist in the defense of my client.
How?
Well, for example,
as I understand it, your client is accused of locking people into a gas station and not letting them out. That's the basis of the gross negligence. What does the other person mental health have to do with anything, particularly if your client didn't know anything about it?
Precisely. How it's relevant is whether or not my client locked him in or out of the station, if he had mental health issues to the concern where he was, and we know this from the discovery, hearing demons at the time of the incident, was a paranoid schizophrenic, and they rise to the level that he, whatever is said to him doesn't mean anything, or whatever happens in terms of locking him in doesn't mean anything, I think it's completely relevant.
No, I have to disagree with you. I think I know the angle that you're taking, that it doesn't matter what transpired in there, this was going to happen anyway. But I'm sure the people's position is it wouldn't have happened if people were allowed to get out of the gas station, that they were locked in.
And right, it's also going to be my position, which really isn't relevant to this motion, but it's also going to be my position that after tensions kind of subsided a tad, Mr. McCray, the shooter, got into it with the deceased, which caused the shooting.
Okay, but so I'm still failing to see how his mental health issues, if they existed at all, is relevant to your client's case.
Well, if my client's actions were not the proximate cause of the shooting, it's certainly relevant.
Right, that's your position. I get that. I understand that fully. But how does documentation of his mental health help you?
Well, I think it helps me if, and I don't know what it's going to show. I do know from the discovery presented so far, the witness statements from the mother indicated that Mr. McCray had been off of his meds for a couple months, that he was acting erratically, that he was hearing voices, and at times argumentative and combative. And I just think that his mental health condition is relevant, because if that was the sole proximate cause of the shooting, then what my client did was, I don't mean to be callous, but it wasn't the, well, no, it wasn't the proximate cause.
And the argument is that it was, and that the folks that were locked into the gas station didn't have the opportunity or a chance to leave and evade that danger that was awaiting, that they were locked in with the crazy man who did what he did, while your client allegedly stood behind a bulletproof glass safe. That's the situation as I understand it. I don't know, because I haven't heard any proofs as of yet. But I don't think that any of that is worth delaying this matter to get that kind of information.
Well, the third reason, and more importantly, Judge, I guess, so given the court's I guess, message of how it's going to rule in terms of the discovery, is I was provided some additional digital discovery last night from the prosecutor. It looks like it's going to take some time to review. I know the files that I downloaded or attempted to download this morning, I received them last night, were corrupted. And I will need to review those before the exam.
You have now until, what time is the exam set tomorrow?
The exam is set at 10 a.m. tomorrow.
Okay, so you can't review it between now and 10 o'clock tomorrow?
I don't have them, Judge. I mean, I don't have open files that I can open. They sent me the digital discovery last night and we can't open them.
Okay, guys, y'all need to get on it. Mr. Elsie, get him some files.
Yeah, Judge, I wasn't aware of the issue with opening them. I will note that these files, there are a lot of them. The case is, there's a voluminous amount of discovery. The discovery that I just sent Mr. Gonick yesterday is discovery that just came into my possession over the weekend. It includes some surveillance videos that capture the statements that Mr. Gonick's client made to the police, which were not captured on body cam. It certainly is, it's important discovery, I think, that Mr. Gonick needs, and it is quite voluminous. So I just want the court to be aware of that, but I certainly will make every effort to.
How much are you talking about?
the videos. So essentially what happened once it came to my attention that that Mr. Gonick's client statements were not recorded on body cam, I asked the police to go pull additional surveillance video from the gas station to see if we could hear recordings of his statements. There's probably a couple of dozen video files that they got. It's probably maybe 2 hours of video, something like that. There's also body cam, substantial body camera footage from the defendant's arrest that I don't think is going to be relevant for exam, and certainly isn't something I plan on using at the exam. But the additional surveillance footage.
So what we're going to use, first of all, he said 2 hours of video, and we're 23 hours away from the exam.
Right. So what I'm saying is the additional video that I produced yesterday is, and I'm just gonna get a firm answer on that. Okay, so it's 2 hours and 18 minutes of video. The portion of it that I intend on using is probably about 10 minutes worth. That captures portions of the defendant's statement, although it's not it's not the highest quality audio, but you know it's.
Here's what I need you guys to do. I need you to get together, tell Mr. Gonick or show Mr. Gonick exactly what it is that you're going to need. Make sure that he has everything that he needs to defend his client. And I will see you guys at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, very well, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Gonick?
Well, Judge, I will try. I have court this afternoon. I mean, we actually did move the exam date up because I thought I had all the discovery and I spent all weekend going through it. I don't understand what the harm is in adjourning the exam.
And Judge, to be clear, I'm not opposing if Mr. Gonick needs more time. I'm not opposing.
I adjourn matters on dates that I've already had things scheduled on. It creates a backlog and a problem for the court. I can give you some additional time tomorrow. That helps. I can do it later in the afternoon.
I Judge, you know, I have court in the afternoon in Oakland County at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Judge, the one thing if I could just throw this out, so the shooter's exam is going to be on the 6th, also at 10 a.m. So again, I think the proofs are going to be a little bit different, but there is going to be a substantial overlap in the proofs. So perhaps it makes sense to do both of them together. There is also a chance that the shooter family raised that his attorney may ask for a competency referral. In the meantime, I don't know. I don't know that there's necessarily any basis for that, but it's certainly not out of the realm of possibility here. So that time could make sense to consolidate things.
I certainly do not have an objection to do it on the 6th.
What time is it scheduled for on the 6th?
It's set for 10 a.m., Your Honor.
You're available at 10 o'clock, Mr. Gonick, on the 6th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's call that case. What's the defendant's last name?
Ayash, Ayyash.
And I believe it's Aiyash.
Calling case number 2305694801. People of the state of Michigan versus Al Hassan Ayash. Defendant charged in count 1, homicide, manslaughter, involuntary.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ryan LC for the people. My P number is 81329.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ben Gonick appearing on behalf of Mr. Yash. My bar number is P43716.
Okay, we had some extensive off the record conversation about Mr. Donovan's request to adjourn the matter. First, he said that he wanted the mental health records of the alleged shooter involved in this incident. That request was denied. There was another, who's your, do you remember too, Mr. Donovan?
Judge, there was a request for the gun board letter written on behalf of Mr. McCray in his 2020
That was
CCW.
also denied as being irrelevant. Mr. Ghana said he was just presented last night with some extensive discovery, digital discovery that he needs to review, hasn't been able to download. I indicated that he has approximately 23 hours, maybe 22 and a half hours now to get that done. Problem is he still doesn't have it. He's gonna have to get with Mr. Elsie to get that video. And Mr. Elsie is suggesting that we adjourn this preliminary examination to the date of the alleged shooting, which is June 6th at 10 o'clock. Mr. Donovan indicates that he's available on that date and time as well. The court will reluctantly grant the adjournment to June 6th at 10 o'clock. We'll consolidate the cases, do the exam at the same time because there's considerable overlap of witnesses. Anything else, gentlemen?
Judge, if I could just make a record too of, I understand that the court denied my request for additional discovery in terms of the incident and police reports from the 2020 arrest of Mr. McCray, as well as the gun board letter that was written by Mr. McCray's lawyer to the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office seeking a resolution in that case.
Okay. Yes, I'm relying both of those requests as they are not relevant to your client in this court's purpose.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. We'll see you on the 6th. And Mr. Gonick, I'll reach out later to make sure you're squared away with the discovery.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing this, Judge.
Okay, no problem. You have something else?
Yes, I have Justice Biffle, Your Honor. We'll be requesting to waive her presence for purposes of the dismissal. We'll put it all on the record.
Their presence.
She's in custody at the Detroit Detention Center for an old warrant that predates this case.
Calling case 2356899 for the state of Michigan versus Justice Biffle. The defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, P number 60249.
And good morning, Judge. Neighborhood Defender Service by Jackie Filkowitz, PA 1653 on behalf of Justice Biffle. I ask that the court waive her presence for purposes of this proceeding. Ms. Biffle is currently in custody at the Detroit Detention Center. She is being arraigned this morning if she has not been arraigned yet already. It's my understanding she was taken into custody on Monday afternoon, that the police showed up at her mother's home to arrest her on a warrant that was signed and entered on May 17th of 23 for allegations dating back to June of 2022. So well before this case. Now, why that warrant was just signed off, I have no idea. All of that to say, Your Honor, is I do not believe that people have an objection to waiving her presence, as the complaining witness does not wish to prosecute in this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, that is true. The complaining witness is a Mr. James Stringer, and I spoke with him several times, and he indicated to me that he did not wish to go forward with this case. He actually was the one who indicated to me that that Ms. Biffle was in custody and wanted to inquire as to why.
Court will dismiss this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I didn't know it was my Jackie Pilkowitz today.
Well, Judge, at the PCC, I did say that I anticipated we'd have 1 or 2 dismissals. I didn't know we got 3. That's why we scheduled them back to back.
Ms. James, are you ready? Why is Mr. William on my Zoom instead of here?
Judge, I was just looking for him, and so I was been speaking with him all morning. I asked him where he was, and he told me he was Zoom.
That's fine, sure.
And
May I have just a moment here?
Did you tell him he needed to be here?
Judge, we always tell him when he's on Zoom before this date. That's what I just told him. He said he didn't know, and no one told him. But I've been talking to him the last couple of days, and I told him I'll see you in court.
Sir, why aren't you here in court? Connect your audio. Connect your audio, sir. Connect your audio. Try calling this thing.
I've spoken to me right now. I'll send him a message, but I'll call him right now. There he goes. Now he just needs to unmute.
Unmute yourself, sir. Sir, why aren't you here in court?
I didn't know it was person.
Your attorney just told you it was in person.
No, she told me 2 weeks ago in the text.
Didn't you talk to her today?
I talked to her earlier, but she never said nothing about in person. She just said, "I'll see you at court."
Well, what does that mean when she says, "I will see you in court"?
I thought it was in Zoom, like through Zoom. I never knew it was in person.
You need to get down here, sir.
How long do I got? Because I'm at work.
So you had no intentions on being here.
Hello?
Don't worry about it. I'll issue a warrant for your arrest.
I promise you I have all the pictures again. I'll get down there. I'll get down there.
Trying to keep the money for bond.
I was at work, but I will get down there. I promise you.
Don't worry about it. You'll need money for bond. Stay at work. In fact, do overtime.
No, I'll get down there.
Case 2, 3, 5,
No,
6,
I'll get
9,
down there.
8. People of the state of Michigan versus Latrell Dwayne Williams. Defendant is charged in count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder, or by strangulation. Count 2 domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender 3rd offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, key number 60249.
And good morning, Your Honor. Coach.
Your Honor, can I come down there, please?
You had your chance to come down here, so I'm not playing with you.
I'm not. I did not know it was in person. I honestly thought it was over Zoom.
I don't see you in the car yet.
Because I swear to God, I'm about to go ask my boss, can I see his car? I swear, I promise to God, I'm not trying to run it. I gotta go back in the building. I promise.
You have 15 minutes.
Your Honor, I work all the way on Grand River last year.
This isn't let's make the deal. You have 15 minutes.
Okay. Sylvester. Can I see a pickup because they want me in person court or they gonna put a warrant out for my arrest and she's nowhere around.
No, hold on. You see?
Can I see a pickup truck? Because I gotta go. They want me in person court the judge right here, he's saying, oh, he's gonna put a warrant out for my arrest.
Oh, okay. Okay, so that's good now, right?
Yes.
We don't, let me, Rashi, I call you right back. Okay, okay.
Yeah, and I'm leaving from Grand River and Lasher at the old Redford Bowling Alley.
I still don't see you in the car yet.
I'm getting in now. I'm getting in right now. We gotta clean the truck out.
Is Mr. Williams driving? Is he driving?
Are you driving, sir?
Huh?
Are you driving?
No. Not at the moment. I'm about to drive. I'm about to get out. I'm driving the truck down there.
Once he drives, just asking about that.
I'm sorry.
Once he starts driving, just asking. And I'm still.
All right. I'll see. Okay, we'll recall this back.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I do have a witness on this one.
On me? Okay, let's go on that. Radius Phelps?
Oh, no, I'm the one that we're waiting for, the one that you were just talking about.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Giant.
Calling case 2356354, people of the state of Michigan versus William Keith Williams. Defendant is charged with count 1 unarmed robbery, count 2 police officer fleeing 4th degree guilty. Appearances from the record.
I'm sorry?
That's Williams.
No, this is my client, Mr. Williams.
That's Williams.
Here's the.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Who's the attorney? Here now we have. Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service of Detroit by Natalie Phelps, P83355, appearing on behalf of Mr. William Williams, who's present in the courtroom. Mr. Williams, can you please state your name for the record?
Yeah, I think the last time I seen Mr. Williams, he told me this was bullshit. And he got off the Zoom. Now, I heard you.
Your Honor, I'm not sure, I don't know if that was our PCC. I know he had different counsel at one point, so I'm not familiar with those facts, but he is here today and you're right.
Yeah, I was telling Mr. Williams that he needed to be in court. He was giving me some excuse as to why he couldn't be here. And he got off Zoom, told me this was bullshit. Thought I didn't hear that, huh? Didn't think I would remember you. You said you what?
I said, I don't remember that, but I apologize.
Today's date, time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
Yes,
How many witnesses will be?
Karen, I think you played.
Ready to call your first witness?
I am. Bonnie, Olszewski, and also, Your Honor, I would ask for an exception for Mount Stream charges.
Any objection to the RC remain?
Your Honor, I would object for the record.
Right.
I'm not sure if he's gonna testify in this case at any point.
Is he
He's
testifying?
not testifying today.
He may remain. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Place a nice amount of speaker to that microphone that'll be to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just for the record, can you please state your name again for us?
I'm Lindsay.
And Ms. Hazinski, I want to direct your attention back to April 5th of 2023. That afternoon, did you go to the casino?
Yes.
Which casino did you go to that afternoon?
MGM.
Okay. And is that on 3rd Street in the city of Detroit, Wayne County?
Yes.
And when you arrived at the MGM casino, where did you go?
I parked on the second floor in a parking garage.
All right. And where did you park in the parking garage?
That's close to the door, that's right.
And when you parked, what did you do next?
I walked towards the elevator and went into the hotel, the waiting area for the elevator.
And were you with anybody?
No,
When you arrived at the casino, approximately what time?
3:05.
And that was in the afternoon? So when you are at the elevator waiting, what happened?
The door opened.
And you say the door, you mean the elevator door?
The elevator, yes, the elevator door opened, and there was a gentleman in the elevator, and his relaxed eyes, and as soon as he saw me, he put his hoodie up and came at me and grabbed my purse, which was on my coat, and he struck.
Okay, let me ask you a few follow-up questions. So you described this gentleman that you saw.
Big,
Big? When you say big, what do you?
huge, bigger than me, very tall, and he was muscular,
Muscular, okay. Can you tell us what race he was?
American. I don't know the correct, I'll say black.
And what color hair? If you.
Well, at first I thought he was bald, and that's why he was coming out the hood, but I'm not sure.
And you recall what color hoodie?
I think I said it was white.
Right, so, you indicated that, he started pulling on your purse.
He went to grab my purse, yes.
Okay. And, which arm did you have your purse on?
Left.
What kind of purse did you have that after?
Same purse I have on now, more or less, a shoulder strap.
A shoulder strap purse? And, was it just around your left shoulder?
Yes.
So as you, are approached by him, let me ask you different, sorry. Approximately how far away from you was he when you first saw him?
When I first saw him,
Yes.
from here to the end of this counter,
And when you say the end of the counter, are you speaking about?
yes.
Okay, so the guard, does the part have a neck?
No.
Okay, approximately how many feet do you think?
I would need, I'll say 3 feet.
All right, so when you see him, you said you locked eyes,
Well, I was looking at him when the door opened, there he was.
and he came towards you.
He rushed at me, yes.
Rushed at you. And when you say he rushed at you, describe what you did.
He came out of that elevator so fast, and for my person, it was like I was struggling in the moment.
All right, so if he goes for your purse, what happens then?
I held on for as long as I could, and in the meantime, he was sort of like dragging me out towards the parking garage, and then I just couldn't hold on longer.
Was he dragging you with the purse?
I was holding on to the purse, yes.
Now, as you got towards the parking garage, what happened?
I left, I stopped holding the purse, and I ran after him. I know, but I ran after him, and as I was in the garage, I was yelling at the top of my voice, help me, somebody help me. And I was screaming, like an idiot. And it was, I remember seeing a woman and a gentleman, and the gentleman was on the road.
And did you ask those individuals?
I said, this man down there robbed me. And then this other gentleman, started chasing him. And eventually they took a picture. Just like,
And I'm gonna object to that last statement, that we introduced from the record. I don't think it's personal knowledge of.
See them take a picture of the license plate?
yes, I was right there. We both chased the gentleman, and we saw the car come out of the parking lot speeding. And I actually stood in front of the car, and it was coming right at me, and he turned down to the ramp, and the gentleman snapped. I'm assuming he took the picture. I mean, he had his phone in his hand.
Okay, so, after the car left the parking garage, what do you do?
I went back into the casino, and I went to security.
All right, and did you make a report to security about it?
Yes.
So, tell us what was in your purse that day?
2 phones, the phone and my car keys. I had my glasses on that day. My wallet with a,
And when you say with everything, describe some of the things that were in your wallet that happened.
my driver's license, my ATM, my MasterCard, and $500 in cash.
And how do you know you had $500 cash in that wallet?
Because I paid $200 to gamble with, and I had $3 hotel, like $300 emergency money.
Now, did you actually receive back your purse at some point?
The police came, and while we were there, I remember them saying they got a call.
Objection, Your Honor, you're saying.
Sustained.
Let me just ask you one more. Did you get your purse back?
Yes,
Okay. When you got your purse back, was there anything missing out of your purse?
my wallet and my iPhone.
Now, did you meet with the police later on after this had happened and go over a photograph lineup?
I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I've already marked the People's Exhibit 1.
Just say fine.
Ms. Bonnie, can you take that from me? That's People's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize what that is or what those are?
These are, that's my name, and these are the gentlemen, police officers that were in the room with me.
Okay, and that's the first page that I handed you. Could you go through the rest of those pages for me?
and so, Ms. Bonnie, did you have an opportunity to look through those photographs with the police?
I did,
And did you pick somebody out of those photographs?
I did,
And which number did you pick?
number 3.
Okay, and you, signed and dated that on April 7th.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this meeting.
Rephrase.
Did you sign and date the paperwork?
I did.
What did you indicate else? What else on the paperwork did you indicate?
Took my first off shoulder.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this being read in as a like prior consistent statement. I can't read it.
It's not a statement. Are you moving for the admission of that?
Your Honor, I'm moving for the admission of this as a statement of identification, which is not hearsay.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I would object, I mean, for the purpose of today's hearing, I don't.
On what basis was your legal objection?
Relevance, I guess, Judge.
How is that not relevant?
I mean, she just said that she picked somebody out of the lineup. I don't, why would the paper need to be?
Overruled, and then.
Okay, so you picked out number 3, and then, is there anything else you did with this particular police officer that afternoon when you did this?
I signed my name, and he said, I think he said something, put down, like, what happened? So I said, or my
Your
kids
Honor,
off
I'm
my shoulder.
gonna object to this statement coming in.
And then I signed.
It's an admitted exhibit.
Your Honor, it's a prior consistent statement that's
It's
not
an
in
admitted
this.
exhibit.
Your Honor, the identification part of it is admissible, right, but not the statement that she wrote on it.
Tell us what she said. You'll have an opportunity to cross it. May proceed.
And Ms. Bobby, may I question?
Yes.
One last thing. Do you see the person that you saw at GM's Casino on April 5th in the courtroom today?
Can I stand?
Yes, you may.
I can't hear you.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that. It's, I guess, speculation.
It's not speculation. She said the only person that would fit would be that person. If the court takes it for what it is.
Okay.
I can't hear you. She said too long. You can take it.
Nothing else for me, Judge.
Cross it then.
Okay, good morning. I'm gonna try your name. So it's Hanzinski, is that? Okay, great. So I'm gonna ask you a couple of questions. If you don't understand any of my questions, will you ask me to rephrase? Is that fair? Okay, thank you. So you indicated that this, you arrived at the casino around 3:05 p.m. that day, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you parked your vehicle in the parking structure?
Yes.
And you said that you parked as close as you could to the door, correct?
I parked where I'm familiar with parking.
Okay, and when you said that, you said you parked on the second level of the structure?
Yes.
Okay, and then where on that second level had you parked?
Directly across from the doors.
Okay.
Into the elevator.
Okay, and then you walked your car into the elevator bay, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how long had you just arrived at the casino when this incident occurred? Okay. You hadn't been to the casino earlier that day at all?
No.
Okay. And before you came to the casino, had you had any drugs or alcohol that day?
No.
And I see you're wearing glasses right now.
Correct.
And are those are prescription glasses? Yes. And are those for seeing far, near, something else?
For far. Okay. And for reading now.
Oh, so they're bifocals?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And do you know the elevator, the entrance that you were coming into, is there a label on that of any kind?
It was the second one,
Okay, so the second elevator, you
I
mean?
believe so.
Okay, the door itself that you came into, do you know if that entrance had a name?
They have the left one where you can wave your hand and the door opens up.
Okay, but it's not called like
the left?
P3 or, yeah, anything like that?
I'm not sure, I think it's the east one or.
Okay, that's okay. And so you indicated you were standing, you were standing kind of between the two elevators waiting for them to come?
I was standing, actually, a red light comes on and tells you what elevator is approaching, and so I stood in front of whatever one it was.
Okay, and that red light, is that between the elevators?
It's above it.
Okay, and then when you say above it, above the left elevator? Or does each have its own light?
They each have their own light.
Okay, and you saw the one,
It dings, and then it shows a red light, and then you stand in front of that particular elevator.
okay, so when the elevator doors opened, right, you were already standing in front of that left door?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that you stepped in?
No.
Okay, so the person stepped out?
Yes.
And your testimony today is that the person stepped out and that's when they took your purse?
He rushed out at me, yes, and ran under it.
Okay, and so that all took place outside of the elevator?
Yes.
Okay. And you, when Ms. Dornick was talking with you, you indicated that the person was on your left side, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you said the left shoulder.
Yes.
And you indicated it was a shoulder bag, is that correct?
The strap is on my shoulder.
Okay, I'm asking kind of about the description of the bag, right? So, okay, so it was a black bag?
No, but it's like this kind of a strap.
Okay, so it has a, would you say the strap on it, is 3 feet long, 2 feet long, something in there?
No, it goes to like my waist.
Okay, so the shoulder, when the bag is on your shoulder, the strap is up around your shoulder, correct? And then the bag actually kind of rests at your hip level or waist?
Yes, and then my hand is on the strap.
And your hand is on the strap, okay. What size was the bag?
Which size?
Yeah.
Or-
So what you're showing is kind of like a tote bag, is that?
Like
Okay.
a tote.
So it was a small handbag?
No, it wasn't small, it was medium.
A medium bag, okay, that's fine, thank you. And so you indicated that the other person, so they came up, they rushed at you off the elevator.
Yes,
And they grabbed your bag, you said that you struggled,
I did.
and then the person went into the parking structure.
Dragging me along with him.
Okay, and so, that dragging and from the time when the person grabbed the bag to the time you let go, that was seconds, okay. And when you say seconds, like 2 seconds, 3 seconds?
It felt like forever, but probably less than 5 seconds.
Okay. And the, less than 5 seconds, so that was from when he grabbed the bag, or did that include the time when you first saw him before he rushed at you? So I'm sorry, so I'll try to be clearer. So the less than 5 seconds that we mentioned, does that include the time before he rushed at you, or no?
No, that's from when he grabbed my purse and then took off.
Okay, so you indicated that the doors opened and you locked eyes, right?
Well, I saw him.
You saw him?
I'm assuming he looked at me.
Okay, but you saw him, and then the person rushed at you, right?
Yes.
And so that time when you saw him, that was just 1 second?
It was a fleeting moment. I don't keep track of them.
Understood. Okay, and so the person that you saw, you indicated that he was huge, right?
Huge?
Yeah, that's what you said when the
Yes.
story was asking questions, okay.
Yes.
And when you say that, you indicated he was tall, is that correct?
Taller than me.
Taller than you, how tall are you?
I was 5'7" at one time.
You were 5'7", were you 5'7" on that day? or-
I was.
Okay. Okay, so he was taller than 5'7".
Yes.
And so, I don't want you to guess, but, so you don't know how tall he was, but he was taller than 5'7".
I could guess how tall.
I don't want you to guess, right, but so for you, he was taller than 5'7". And so when you looked up at him, it was just, you know.
I had to look up, I would have to look, I couldn't look him straight in the eye, I had to look, if I was gonna look at him, I would have.
Okay, and you indicated that obviously he was male, or to you, right, he appeared to be male, that's correct?
Yeah.
Okay, we've been calling him he, so I guess I just assumed, but, and you indicated that he was black?
Yes.
Could you describe his skin tone to me?
Well, I know there's different colors of black, a darker black.
And what was his build like?
Big, stocky.
Stocky? And again, I don't want you to like guess, right? But so when you say stocky, you mean on the heavier side?
I thought maybe he worked out.
Okay. And is that because you saw muscles or anything like that?
No, it's just that the strength that he had when he was bullying me.
Okay.
It just felt like.
Is that me doing that? I'm sorry. Okay, and you indicated that you thought he didn't have any hair, that he was bald.
That was my first impression when he put up that hoodie. He must be covering his head.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so you didn't see any hair?
If I did, I don't remember.
Did you see the eye color?
No, I saw big lips.
Anything distinctive about the face besides the big lips?
I think he had
Dimples?
I think.
Any facial hair?
I don't remember like a beard or anything.
Okay.
No.
Any other distinctive features about the face at all?
He sort of looked mean. I hate to say it, but he looked mean.
And when you say he looked mean,
He didn't look happy.
okay. Understood. And you indicated that he was wearing a sweatshirt?
No, I think it was a hoodie.
A hoodie, okay. And so when you say a hoodie, that's like a long sleeve shirt with a hood attached to it?
I believe that's what that was.
Okay, and what color did you say it was?
I thought it was white.
Anything else distinctive about what he was wearing?
You know what, after I got home, I thought, did he have red trim on it? But then again, I could have just, I'm not sure.
Okay, not sure. And so this was a pretty scary incident, right?
Very traumatic.
Yeah, okay, you felt like your heart racing and things like that while that was happening?
I was angry.
Okay. And after the bag was taken from you, so you indicated that you actually chased after him for a moment.
Quite a while.
Quite a while, okay. And while you were chasing after him, he was always moving ahead forward.
He was darting in and out of cars.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I don't have any more questions for you.
Okay.
Can you redirect? Okay, ma'am, you said the guy was huge.
Yeah.
Now, be careful now. Look at me. Would you consider me huge?
Are you talking about height or
Well,
width?
in whatever you were talking about.
Can I
Huge.
stand?
Sure. Would you consider me huge?
You're tall, but not as, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Officer Taylor, why don't you stand up? I used to play basketball in my high school. You think he's huge?
He might be tall, but he's not wide.
Okay, have you stand up, sir. Consider him huge. All right, thank you very much. questions based on my questions?
Just briefly, Judge, when Ms. Dornan asked you to look around and tell us if you saw the person in the courtroom today, who you saw him that day, do you remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, and when you did that, you paused, and that was for maybe a full minute or two?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, you indicated that, you know what, I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step.
Okay.
The officer Harris. He's the last one.
Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter, sir.
Officer Harris.
You can step in with us. She's on mic.
That's name Harris, Harris.
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat next to me in the witness box. Microphone is to your left. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Harris, what's your current occupation?
Police officer, at the third precinct.
And is that in the city?
Yes,
And how long have you been a police officer?
5 years.
Officer Harris, I want to direct your attention back to April 7th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes,
Okay, and what shift were you working?
platoon 4, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
And while you were working that day, did you receive information that asked you to go to Motor City Casino?
Actually, no, I did receive information, but what drew me to Motor City was a dispatch. Dispatch said it was a.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to your side.
For the truth of the matter, sir, why you took, actually
Yes.
took it, I'll take it.
I was.
Hold on a second. Okay, so Jeff was making a ruling, and what did you say?
Make it simple, yes, I did.
You ended up going to Motor City Casino based on information you received.
Yes.
Okay, what time did you go to Motor City Casino?
I might need to refresh my recollection. I believe it was around 12 area. I need to refresh it.
Okay, would your police report help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach this?
Yeah.
Officer Harris has handed you some documents for that.
This is my report.
Okay, take just a minute to look at it. Okay. Officer Harris, has your memory been refreshed?
Yes.
Okay, about what time did you go to Motor City?
Around 10:42 a.m.
And just to be clear, Motor City Casino is in the city of Detroit, correct?
Correct.
So when you go to Motor City Casino, what are you looking for?
I'm looking for lights in, we was Nissan, Altima, I believe the plate was like Edwards Sound, maybe, I don't remember the rest. I have to refresh my recollection of it.
So we're looking at the report, also refresh your recollection as to the rest of that list.
Yes.
Thank you.
You may.
that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
What is it?
Edward Sound, Henry 6108.
Now, were you also looking for a particular person?
Yes.
Who was that?
William Mean.
Okay.
Williams.
Means with a W?
Yeah.
Okay. And while you were at University of Casino, where did you go?
I canvassed the parking structure.
While you were in the parking structure, did you make contact with the Nissan Altima?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that in the parking structure?
He was driving in the parking structure. I was facing towards him and the driver's side was coming towards me like in a T position where I was able to see front of the vehicle, driver's side, rear driver's side.
And were you able to see the driver?
Yes, we made eye contact.
Okay, and do you see the driver of that vehicle in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Okay, could you please identify them?
Young gentleman sitting over there and all that.
Okay, thank you. And when you saw the driver made eye contact, what happened next?
He looked at me and he began to speed inside the parking structure. From there, now I'm behind him, I verified the plate with dispatch. And from there, he went on to the residential street, disregarded license, started to flee when I had license Cyrus.
Okay, so let me ask you, when you exit Motor City Casino, what street are you on?
Trumbull.
Trumbull, and what's the speed limit on Trumbull?
Trumbull is 35 miles per hour.
So when you get out of the parking structure and are on Trumbull, is he defendant speeding at that point?
Yes.
Okay, how do you know that?
He was going fast and I have to monitor my speed as well. Dispatcher asked you at that point, I believe I was going around about 45, 50 miles per hour.
After you're on Trumbull, do you go on to another road?
Yes.
What road was that?
Grand River.
When you're on Grand River, what's the speed limit on Grand River?
Grand River has two speeds. At first it's 30 and then it goes into 35.
All right, and were you still going in excess of 50, like you usually before?
Yes.
All right, so when you are on Grand River, are there stoplights?
Yes.
All right, and what happens at stoplights?
He disregarded every stoplight.
Were they all on red, or if you recall?
Yes, 2 of them was red.
How many stoplights did you go through?
3.
When you observed the disregarded stoplights, what did you do?
I was calling it out on dispatch. He then made a left going on West Warren towards the expressway. And I was just calling it out when I was observing.
And are you still behind him?
Yes.
As he's going on board?
Yes.
All right, and are your lights and sirens still going?
Yes.
Now, tell me about the car that you're in.
The car I was in was a semi-mark, a Detroit police vehicle, all black.
All right, and what are you?
I was wearing my Class C's modified uniforms, green and black.
Okay, and is that similar to what you were wearing yesterday?
Similar, yes, just without the honor carry vest. That states Detroit police with my name with that.
Okay, so you had that additional vest on.
Correct.
All right, so as the ultimate is on Warren, what happened then?
Then he made a right onto the expressway,
And which
96.
at that point, what happened?
I called it out. I believe I only got to like 1 or 2 exits. I was an Adam unit at the time, which means I worked by myself. And per Lieutenant Cashin, he told me to call off the chase. Well, he called off the chase and I backed off.
All right, so you did that.
Yes,
And at that point, the ultimate went out of sight, is that correct?
correct.
One moment. Officer Harris, I just want to be clear here. When did you turn the lights and sirens on?
I turned them on as we were inside of the parking structure.
And did you give any additional audible signals?
Audible signals.
Did you give any additional like audible signals, like a speaker or anything like that?
I gave no verbal commands over the speaker. I was just monitoring the roadway. Couldn't do multiple things. At the time, I was talking to dispatch, so I was driving.
Okay. Great, thank you, Judge.
Cross-examine.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry, I'm joining the Zoom just in case. Okay, Officer Harris, so you indicated this took place on April 7th, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you were in a semi-marked patrol vehicle?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you say that, that's a black vehicle, right?
Correct.
And it has the black writing on it as well?
It's sort of like a reflector gray that says Detroit Police on it.
And you said you were in the parking structure at the Motor City Casino?
Correct.
And you were alone in your vehicle?
Correct.
And you indicated that you observed a white Nissan in that parking structure, the car you were looking for, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on direct exam, you said that when you first observed that you were coming head on with that vehicle, is that correct?
I described it in like a T position.
Okay.
I watched him going, he was on my right side, I was going forward. He was on my right, so I was able to see him and visualize the T. He was going in front of me, so I was able to see the front of the vehicle, the driver's side, and the rear driver. I'm the passenger on the driver's side, and once I got behind him, I verified the plate.
Okay, so when you indicated that you saw the driver, your testimony was that it was because you were at this T with him?
Yes, we made eye contact.
Okay, and so the vehicle, the Nissan, that had tinted windows, correct?
It was still noticeable with my lights.
I'm sorry, my question was the windows were tinted though, correct?
I really don't remember.
Okay, and the vehicle that you were in, it had a dash camera, correct?
Correct.
And your dash camera, it was activated while you were doing the search in the parking structure?
It activated after when I hit my license sirens.
So your testimony is that it wouldn't have been recording when you first, it wouldn't have started recording until you hit your lights and sirens?
Depending on the system, when we hit license sirens, we have an updated camera. Sometimes it goes back 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
Okay, have you reviewed your footage from this incident?
No, I have not.
Okay, and so your testimony is that your vehicle, when you first observed the Nissan, was like head on with the other vehicle. Can you explain that?
Actually, I've been asked to answer, please.
Well, he said that it was like a T when he saw, I'm just trying to understand what his
She
testimony
is not head on, they're perpendicular.
Okay, so your vehicle was facing straight, right?
Straight,
And the
yes.
other vehicle would have been going horizontal to your vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Driver's side on my side.
okay. And your testimony is that you could see the driver at that point when that vehicle was moving by you?
Yes, because I was able to see the front of the vehicle, which has the front windshield. Windshields are not tinted. The front windshields are not tinted, as well as the driver's side, and the parking structure is not completely dark.
Okay, and so your testimony is that you could observe the driver through the windshield?
I seen them coming face forward. Yes.
Okay, and what did that person look like that you saw?
I saw just the top of his face, black male.
Black male, so that's, all the person looked like to you?
Well, prior to that, I actually looked at his face with the SOS.
So the person that you saw in the vehicle, though, I'm asking you to describe what they looked like.
Black male, he had distinctive eyes.
So you could see his eyes from inside your vehicle?
Yes, you could see a person's eyes.
Okay, and
From the front windshield when you make eye contact.
when you make eye contact, and so when you made this eye contact, how far was your vehicle from this vehicle?
I would say roughly not even 5 feet.
Okay, and you said that the eyes were distinctive, how were the eyes distinctive?
Sort of slanted.
Okay, slanted eyes. Anything else distinctive about how the person looked?
No, he appeared to look tall from the vehicle, like a tall gentleman. And I remember looking at the SOS, looking at his height and everything else.
Okay, but I'm asking about the person who was in the vehicle, not the person that you looked at in the SOS, right? Maybe they're the same person, but I'm asking about how the person looked in the vehicle, okay? So you're saying that they had slanted eyes, that's what was descriptive, and you're.
Brown skin male.
Any description of the skin tone?
I just stated black male.
Black male, brown skin, light, dark, medium, anything
Brown
like that?
skin.
And, what was the person wearing?
I couldn't see his clothing. He did not step outside the vehicle.
And you were never able to stop this vehicle, right?
Correct.
And you never saw the person get out of the vehicle, right?
That's correct.
And you indicated that so you were in the parking structure when you saw this vehicle, right? And at first you were in this T shape with them, correct?
Correct.
And then you got behind the vehicle?
That's correct.
And then, the vehicle left the parking structure, right?
That's correct.
And then you left the parking structure?
Correct.
Okay, and at that point, there were several, would you say 6, car lengths in front of you between the car that you were following, the Nissan, and yourself by the time you came out of the parking structure?
I was right behind him when he was coming out of the parking structure. It's just, he was able to get speed by running the red lights, and for our policy, we have to stop that red lights before we go, so he was able to get just a little bit of.
So I'm asking right when you left the parking structure, right? So you left the parking structure and you turned, was it Trumbull that you turned onto from there?
Correct.
Okay, and so right when you get onto Trumbull, he's quite a ways in front of you already, right?
Yeah.
And there's no stoplight between the parking structure, right when you get out onto Trumbull, right?
There is.
Where's that traffic light?
I believe that's Trumbull, and you got MLK right there too as well.
So you're saying that.
Multiple, you got Trumbull, MLK, Warren, not Warren, but MLK as well as Grand River is.
So you're saying that all 3 of those lights, you observed all 3 of them were red and you saw him go through them?
The first one was red. The one, I believe, the one on West Warren was red as well. And then the one before getting on the freeway was red as well.
So you're indicating you observed all 3 lights being red and the vehicle go through the red lights?
Correct.
And at any point, was there another vehicle between your vehicle and the Nissan?
I can't remember that. There was multiple vehicles on the road.
And your vehicle wasn't equipped with speed detection radar or anything like that?
No, it wasn't.
All right, I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
You redirect? So this car was never stopped? You got away, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any question based on my question? Thank you, sir. You may step. Any other witnesses for the people?
No, thank you.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
Oh, no, no.
We have to go on. All right, you gotta send me that first, otherwise I can't answer the questions, even when you tell me things.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would ask to find over on the two charges listed in the information. I would ask the court to consider adding a third degree plea based on the testimony that officer provided, indicating obviously the speed limit on Trumbull was 35, the speed limit on Grand Cruz, two different speed limits, 30 and 35, really going in excess of that. I think that fits statute and requirements for the third, with regards to the robbery. I'd ask the court to consider the testimony of Ms. Brzezinski and find her on the unarmed robbery. She picked out of this photo lineup and expressed that he probably was more important today. Pulled the purse from her forcefully, pulled her along back into the parking garage of the casino on the afternoon of April.
Your Honor, the defense would object to the binding over for dismissal on both counts here today. I know you heard the testimony from Officer Harris and from Ms. Brzezinski here. I think the biggest issues with both charges are the identification issue. You heard the testimony from Ms. Brzezinski today. She did not sound sure at all that this was the person. She paused for quite a bit of time. The description that she gave of the person who did this back at the beginning of April at the casino was a huge person who looked like they were out. She even indicated when Your Honor asked she even indicated that Mr. Weems did not, he was tall, but not huge when the court did ask further questions about the identification she made here today. And Your Honor, as to the fleeing and eluding count, you heard from the officer, I know that you're aware as part of your job is to weigh the credibility. And I think, the officer stating that you could see the person across the parking lot, through his windshield, through the other person's windshield, the very indescriptive description that he gave of the person who was driving that vehicle. It's just not enough to show probable cause that Mr. Weems is the person who committed these offenses, Judge. So I would ask for a dismissal on both charges.
Ms. Dornan, did I miss something about time, the vehicle, this Nissan for the defendant?
Your Honor, if the court would like to recall the two Cynthia, I certainly can. I inadvertently missed that.
Your Honor, I would object to the real, please.
It's within my discretion. I think it's important to do so. I want to make sure that we do the right thing.
Sure. Money. Who's in favor? Ms. Suzuki.
Give me an offer, how does she tie the?
Your Honor, she identifies that the driver of the car that the person got into, the white car at the casino with the last four numbers is the same thing.
Your Honor, this incident was, the female looting incident was 2 days later. So I don't think that, your discretion.
2 days later.
The plea, it probably should have been on two separate forms, but the plea occurred 2 days later as they tried to arrest him for this offense. Is that a different casino? At a different casino, same car.
But you don't have any records to show that the defendant owned the Nissan or somehow associated with Nissan? You didn't have any video from the casino?
Well, I wasn't prepared to put that in. To be frank, I certainly did ask for
It's not
it
safe
to.
to cut corners.
Right, no, I understand. certainly could, one second.
I would think that you would have some video from the casino, because you know that casinos have video cameras everywhere.
Right, I do have video from the casino, yes, but I don't have a witness here to testify to that today, Judge, so I guess I thought I could do it this way.
Yard.
Trying to make it shorter than maybe I should.
So I have no question that claim witness is Konzinski was robbed by someone that she said was huge. And I will admit that when I saw the defendant walk into the courtroom, I said, dang, he's huge, as in tall. I had the defendant stand up in court. The witness said he's tall. She didn't say he was huge, but I will note also that the defendant isn't wearing really form-fitting clothing, so you can't really tell his clothing is sort of lousy. At least his shirt is anyway. This probably should have been brought on 2 different warrants, talking about 2 different dates of offense, 2 different crimes. I'm not sure why this plea is in front of the court, but I haven't heard any testimony that the defendant was somehow associated to this Nissan that was being chased. Nice to get something from the Secretary of State showing that he owned the Nissan, or his girlfriend owned the Nissan, something connected him to the Nissan. But I do have an officer who testified that he saw the defendant in the vehicle, that they made eye contact. He had an opportunity to see him going across him, was able to look through the front windshield of the vehicle. He saw a person identified here in court as the defendant. He saw him with his own eyes. And yet he saw him as he passed by, looking into the driver's portion of the vehicle. And then as the vehicle went past, he saw the same individual. So as it relates to the fleeing and eluding, some trier of fact could find that the defendant is the person who was operating this vehicle. By the prosecution in this case, though, there needs to be a whole lot of tightening up for probable cause purposes because of the officer's positive identification. I think we have enough for a violation count 2. The unarmed robbery, I have no question that the elderly woman was assaulted and robbed. The purse was taken. The purse was returned to her. It would be nice to know where that purse came from and how that person came into possession of the purse. Where they got it from. Was it found in the Nissan? Was it found in the defendant's purse? I don't know. She was unable to make a positive identification in the court of the defendant, but apparently she made a positive ID of someone in the lineup. I don't know, because that hasn't been proffered to the court. Yes. So I have an array of pictures here of which the witness identified the person listed as number 3 as a person who took her purse off her shoulder and ran on April 7th, 2023. How am I supposed to know who this is?
Again, I apologize to the court. I'm gonna ask the court to reopen proofs and the officer are biased. Number 3 is, I apologize to the court for trying to make this look faster. And again, I asked to reopen.
And Your Honor, I would object to reopening proofs, of course, that's to your discretion. But especially since the OIC did sit here for the entire exam. I would ask for, not reopen.
Well, the thing about, and I understand your objection, Ms. Stokes, and we were told that the officer in charge would not be testifying in this hearing. And the officer in charge did sit through the entire preliminary examination. But because it's the officer in charge that puts the case together, I don't think that the officer in charge testifying, even after hearing the case in its entirety, is going to be any different.
I also have Merrill here. Also. The officer Merrill who showed the lineup.
And we need somebody to make it nice and clean and calm there. Sir, please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Your Honor, thank you, that.
Yes.
Officer Merrill, can you tell us what your occupation is?
I'm a police officer for the city of Detroit
And you've been a police officer for how long?
for about 3 years.
Now, I want to direct your attention back to April 7th, 2023. Did you meet with the individual named Ms. Vincenzi?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you do with Ms. Vincenzi?
I provided her a photo lineup, double-blind photo lineup.
And where did you do that?
I was in a room in Morrissey Casino. I just had like a spare room. I think it was like a conference room or something. I don't know the exact number, but it was
But it was in the casino.
Yep.
All right, and can I remember the exhibit one? What's that?
This is the sheet of paper they used to conduct that photo lineup.
Okay, and did you know who the people were in this particular exhibit? We had looked at it with the witness.
Nope, I had them for the success to this.
Who prepared this?
I believe it was Courtney Wilson, but I'm not entirely certain.
So the officer in charge prepared this?
Yeah, he was on the end me and.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object this to personal knowledge. It sounds like he doesn't know who actually prepared it. It is written on here.
I'll take the testimony for what it is. Okay.
Now, did you at any point learn who the people were in this particular photo line?
Not until after.
Not until after? How did you learn about that afterwards?
Just conversation, you know, when because I was curious, you know, if she's like in the right guy, but that wasn't until afterwards. You know.
And you were able to see who the individuals were in this photo line?
I didn't look at the photos until afterwards. I just, like I said, then really that kind of my photo.
All right, but all
All right, Judge, I'm gonna ask a follow-up. Officer Wilson, I apologize, but I have no further questions for this officer.
Cross examine.
It's Officer Merrill, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, you indicated you didn't prepare this, photo array,
I
correct?
did not, no.
Okay, and, but you did look at the exhibit that Ms. Doran just showed you, is that correct?
Yes.
And, it actually indicated on there that this was prepared by a TJ Legal, correct?
Yeah, I believe usually you get some from the Michigan State Police or, so. Like I said, I don't, he just handed it to me, I don't know.
No, totally,
you know.
yeah, but, and if you need to remember your refresh, so it actually wasn't, Corporal Wilson who prepared that photo array, according to the paperwork that you observed, and that Ms. Dorn Kennedy, correct? Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Sir, were you present with the witness when she identified someone in that lineup?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who that was she identified?
At the time, no, it was a piece of paper with a number on it. I didn't know until afterwards, who the individuals were. I didn't, she believed she identified the right person, had her, indicated that that was the person that she selected, and
Okay, thank you, sir. You missed it. She okay, Officer Taylor? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. How you doing?
Your Honor, and I do need to call Officer Wilson.
Officer Wilson, please step forward, give your name and spelling. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Maybe give me right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please spell your name, please.
Randy Wilson, RANDY, so
Right, and you're the officer in practice case, correct?
I am.
Okay. May I go to turn?
Ma'am,
This is People's Exhibit 1. What's that?
This is a, form that we use to show before we show a photo lineup or photo array, we read the statement to, victims.
All right, and People's Exhibit 1 includes all of the photos included in this photo array, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so who created that?
it's Michigan State Police.
Okay, and how did they end up creating that?
Objection, Your Honor, personal knowledge.
speak for you now.
It's a tool, we use them to prepare the, photo array for us.
Did you indicate who to put in the photo array?
Yes,
Okay, and how did you do that?
based upon information I had from, the complainant and vehicle information, so.
And just to be clear, when you said the information was from the complainant, what information from the complainant did you use?
Well, when I supplied the Michigan State Police, let me back up. The casino had already known that Mr. Weems was there playing.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to hearsay.
It's the same.
All right, so you obtained information and you put Mr. Weems in this photo array.
Correct.
Okay, which number is he?
Let me refer to. the
Yes,
lineup.
so he's number 1.
He's listed in frame number 3.
And after you worked with MSP to get this photo array put together, you had it presented to the complainant, correct?
That is correct.
And because Mr. Weems was a person of interest in this case, did you also identify any?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to the meeting.
I didn't hear the question.
Well, she was laying, I mean, the question itself was leading already. She said because, and then this person was a person of interest. I mean, that's already leading without her finishing that.
It doesn't suggest the answer. I didn't know the question. I'll do it. Let's see.
Because Mr. Weems was a person of interest, did you do any additional work on Mr. Weems?
I ran the vehicle information that's associated with this crime and had his name next to this.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to hearsay.
Again, these are all investigative leads. I don't think that it's necessarily offered the truth of the matter, certainly.
There's most definitely not for the truth of the matter, asserted, but is it hearsay? How did you make a connection between the vehicle and Mr. Williams?
Ran the vehicle and had his driver's license information, information that's supplied.
When you say you ran this vehicle, what does that mean?
Per lien. I ran the
So
information.
you ran a lien.
Lien check.
Lien is what?
It's a law enforcement information network that provides driver's license registration.
And the lien came back saying what?
That he is the owner of the vehicle.
Your Honor, I'm gonna
The vehicle that was involved in the robbery that occurred.
What's your objection?
That occurred on the fifth.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to that also as hearsay. How does he, there's no foundation about how he knows that that vehicle is involved.
Okay, how did you find out what vehicle was involved in the robbery?
I went to the casino and viewed the video myself, sir.
What video was that?
The video of the incident. And I got the reports from security surveillance that provided information.
Based on that information you gathered, there was a vehicle you were looking for?
Correct.
What kind of vehicle was
Your Honor, just for the record, I'm just objecting to hearsay further because in personal knowledge, because he indicated that he got the casino incident reports and that's how he found.
No, for the truth of the matter, sir, but why, what led into this particular vehicle? I'll take to that in your purpose.
Your Honor, may I ask which,
Was the investigators report what you were doing?
Yes, I have it.
Oh.
Once I have viewed,
Your Honor, I'm sorry, if you can refresh his recollection, I'm welcome to do that, but I'd like to turn it over and not read it.
All right, so you look at the item and review it, and the recollection is refreshing, the item down that you're looking at, testify.
once I went to the casino to review the video, because MGM Casino does not give you the video right away, so I had to view it. Once I got the information of the vehicle involved with the crime, I performed the lien information check.
So what kind of information did you get?
The year of the vehicle, the ownership of the vehicle.
No, what I'm saying is, when you were searching for what vehicle you were looking for, did you have a license plate number or
Yes.
color, make, model, what?
Yes, I had all the information I needed from the vehicle that was involved in the crime. The person that was involved in escaping that vehicle, that was the license plate that the casino had tracked, which was provided to me. And I used that information to.
Again, I know for the truth of the matter, sir, why, what you use that information for? And when you got that information, you gathered that information, you put that information to lien, and it came back to defendant?
Yes, sir.
Owner of the vehicle?
Yes, sir. The defendant is listed as partial owner of the vehicle. There's two names on that vehicle. And his name is listed as one of the owners of the vehicle.
Anything else? Ms. Phelps?
For this, but, no, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Any other witnesses for the witness? Ms. Phelps? Yes.
No witnesses for the defense.
All right.
Maybe
Okay.
additional argument.
So now I think all the i's have been dotted and all the t's have been crossed as it relates to count one armed robbery as well as the police officer committing third degree, you see, and the basis or the difference between the third degree and the fourth degree is what? Speed. So the officer indicated that he essentially paced the vehicle, that he was going 40 to 50 miles an hour, the vehicle was driving faster than he was. The speed limit in that area was 35 miles per hour. So the court is satisfied after the testimony of all the witnesses that have testified in this matter, the people have made their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this has been committed. The court will find them pitted over on count 1 and armed robbery as well as count 2, police officer fleeing third-degree vehicle code. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. There's probable cause to believe this has been committed. Biden to Wayne County 36 Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be June 14, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. Is there any issue as to bond?
Your Honor, no issue is to that. I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. I did just want to make one additional argument before you started your ruling. If I could just do that just for the sake of the record. Just that the officer in charge, he did indicate that the vehicle came back as partially owned by Mr. Beans and that there was also another owner of the vehicle. So I would just renew my argument that identification has been made, but I have heard your ruling.
Probable cause purposes, the court is still satisfied despite there being another owner of the vehicle. And I don't know if that was a male or female or whatever the case may be. This witness, the complaining witness identified the defendant in a lineup, although she wasn't able to do so here in court. And I must add that the defendant does look slightly different in person than he does on that picture that was admitted as an exhibit in court. So I can understand why she wasn't totally confident, but 100% sure that this defendant was the person who robbed her. Court will find the defendant over his arraignment on the information once again. It's June 14, 2023 at 9 o'clock a.m. So, I need the statute for the.
Yes.
For the Ms. James.
Yes.
I seen our late bird is here. Yes. All right, is this gonna be a hold?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Posman. Ms. Posman, unmute yourself. Have to unmute yourself, there you go.
Thank
Yours
you.
gonna be as well, Ms. Posman?
Excuse me, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to come back, so I'm gonna have to take a lunch.
All right, that's fine.
Have you guys zoom back in approximately 2:30, is that okay?
Yeah, you need a lunch. It was a long morning, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very good, thank you. We'll see you 2:30, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Moore, what's up?
I was just trying to figure out what the timing is. I have one of the noon exams.
Oh. Jeez, okay. All right. And I know yours is up over.
And there's also one more as well.
I'm sorry?
There's also one more as well.
And Your Honor, I am asking for my victim. She has to pick up her kids or she has to leave here by no later than 3:30 to pick up her children.
Okay, so we'll make sure that we get yours in, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. James, bring it fine.
Yeah.
Can I question something else?
Sure. There's an issue that. Where is? I know, I'm concerned about this other case. It's, CSC.
What? One second. What?
Got anything else you got going on this time?
Judge, I have to go and, yeah,
What time you be,
Judge, I just have to get there today, I gotta do it before 3:30. So, I have a child.
do this one case, we'll do CSC as soon as we get back.
Judge, I'm not opposed, I understand. Put it over to him today.
It's no trouble, it's really on today.
You'll get here, Judge, no matter what you say.
Calling case 2356908, Real State of Michigan versus Latrell Dwayne Williams. Defendant is charged with count 1 assault with intent to great bodily harm, less than murder by strangulation, count 2 domestic violence.
Good morning, good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Drake for the people, key number 60249.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, Nicole Jensen, on behalf of Mr. Williams. My P number is 58961.
Tell me your name, for the record, sir. Back on your honor, Latrell Williams. This date, time, set, their examination, are we ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses for-
Your Honor, I have one witness today. At this time, the people would call Michelle Hines.
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 Ma'am, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice up nice and loud, speaking to that microphone is to your left, okay?
Yes.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Please state your name once again for the record.
Michelle Hines.
All right, Ms. Hines, I'm going to be asking some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hines, I want to bring your attention back to the date of May 15th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes.
Okay, and where were you on that date?
At my home, 18901 Brinker, Detroit, Michigan, 48234.
Okay, thank you very much. And who, is this your home?
Yes.
Okay, does anyone else live at that home with you?
Yes, my 5 children and Latrell Williams.
Okay, and you said Latrell Williams, how, Latrell Williams?
Yes.
Okay, and how do you know Latrell Williams?
He's the father of my children.
Okay, and you see Latrell Williams in the courtroom here today?
Yes.
Just for identification purposes, could you indicate where he is and what he's wearing today? You can stand up and look around. If you want.
I can't go on with it. I can't do this.
What do you mean you can't do this?
I can't go on with it.
Why?
I don't want to.
Look at me, I can't hear what you're saying.
I don't want to.
Why? Wow.
Ms. Hines, you came down here to testify, has anything changed? No. Um. Will you, would you just answer some questions if I ask you the questions? Yes. Okay, I'm just gonna ask you just to tell the truth as best as you remember, okay? Is that all right? Yes. Okay. Um, okay, let me first say, did you see the trouble in the courtroom? Yes. Okay, could you just indicate where he is? Yeah. You're gonna please with this record request the person that has identified the defendant patrol Williams.
So,
And we all in the court will understand that you don't want to do this, but let me just ask you some questions. So on this day, was everyone there at the house, your children and Mr. Williams? Yes. Was anyone else there? Yes. Who else was there? It was his two little cousins and his two brown cousins. Okay. And what happened when you were all there that day? Okay, well, it was Mother's Day. We had came home. It was an incident between my two daughters and his two little cousins about the home. As far as the boy, some little catty stuff. So he went in to discipline my oldest daughter. But I'm sorry, when you say Latrell, I'm sorry, Latrell went in to discipline my oldest daughter, Lanaya. Okay. And he had broke her phone in half. Okay. So after that happened, I let that slide, I let it die down. Then I wanna say like probably close to 12 o'clock midnight, it was another incident. Like I said about some kitty stuff, they're trying to get each other in trouble. And he was in my oldest daughter's face, like yelling at her, spitting at her, and basically, like took her glasses off her face and stuff like that. So I had jumped in because I just didn't like it. So he was like, he was basically telling me like I don't have no right to jump in to discipline and him discipline the kids. So he basically slapped me and was like putting his neck, pushing me towards out the room. He slammed the door, and that's when I called the police. Okay, so he slapped you and pushed you out the door. Like choked me while pushing me out the door. Okay, so just the. And I'm sorry, I was nervous for a minute, but I am moving for it. I was nervous because this is my first time doing this, and I'm nervous, so. Okay, we all understand that. This isn't something you normally do, that's okay. Okay, so let me just ask you some more specific questions about that. So, is there an argument going on? Are things heated, or is it just calm the way we're talking right now? Well, he was drunk. He was already mad, like, at my daughter. Like I said, at the end of the day, she's 12. And because the previous issue, I'm not saying he just jump on her like he jumped on me, but I just didn't like it. He was yelling at her face, bent on her, remove her glasses. Like, I just didn't like it, so I jumped in. So he was mad at me because he felt like I was trying to jump in the way of him disciplining the kids, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I was just telling him he was drunk. And I feel like this time he was wrong on how he was disciplined. He didn't like it. Okay, so he didn't like it, so were you yelling at him? I don't even think how far as yell, I was just saying like calm down, you're doing too much. But he didn't like that I said anything in front of his. So he mad at me. So yeah, it turned into an argument and it got a little physical. Okay, and in getting physical, you
Like
said
he
that-
jumping in my face, like, I don't like talking to the kids in front of you, that's why I don't want you in the room. And he got mad and he like slapped me, and then that's when he was like choking me up out the room, like, get out, and he slammed the door and he locked it.
Okay,
And I called the police.
you said he slapped you first.
Mhm.
Where did he slap you?
On my right cheek,
Okay,
like,
okay, and then you said he choked you out of the room.
far as like, he was pushing me out at first, and then he ripped my neck and he was like, how you throw someone, like, choking me and then like throwing me out.
Okay, when you say he was choking you, what was he, you're going like this, so are you indicating using his hand?
Yes, like,
Okay,
I can't, I'm trying to explain, I'm like, he was doing it, and then I could not pushing somebody back
yes,
like that.
okay. So when, was he applying pressure with his hand on your throat as you indicated?
Yes, I believe so, because I had to cough, like, gas for air.
Okay, you had to gas for air, so was your breathing kind of restricted at that point then?
Yes, because I had to, like, I had to like catch my breath for a minute.
Okay, okay, I understand. So did he then get you out of the room?
Yes, once he was pushing me out the room, that's when he locked it. Shut the door, slammed, when he slammed the door and he locked it, that's when I was able to call the police.
Okay, and did you call the police at that time?
Yes,
Okay, did the police arrive?
yes,
Did you tell the police what you have told us here in court today?
yes,
And was Mr. William arrested at that time?
yes. Well, after he ran, then they caught him.
Okay, all right, thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Suzanne?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just have two questions for you, okay?
Okay,
The two of you have 5 children together, correct?
yes,
And you two have been drinking on this day, right?
yes,
And you've already said that this is Mother's Day, right?
yes,
And you returned from like a princess cruise or something like that, right?
yes,
And that's when, Mr. Williams was going through your daughter's phone, right?
yes. Not soon as we pulled up, but eventually, yes.
Soon after, and he does that periodically, right?
No,
So you're saying this day was the first time he ever went through your daughter's phone?
he didn't go through it, he just broke it. Instead of him going through the phone to see if she was really texting the boy, he never went through it, just like, he broke it.
Okay,
He
so
broke it.
he became aware that she was texting a boy,
Yes,
and then she's 12 years old, right?
yes,
And he chastised her for that, right?
yes.
And then he broke her phone, right?
When you say for chastising, what are you saying, like if he whooped her?
Oh, no, no.
He just immediately broke her phone.
He said something to her about texting with boys, right?
He didn't even say nothing to her. His little cousin told him, and he was like, I'm not gonna see if you, was texting a boy. I'm gonna show you how much I don't care, and he broke it.
Okay, because he said she didn't need a phone, right? If she was gonna be texting boys, right?
Right.
Okay, now, this happened about what time?
Probably 10:30, 11 o'clock.
Okay, and, did you guys continue to drink when you got home?
Yes.
And what were you drinking?
Well, I think it was 1800.
Okay, is that tequila?
Yes.
Were you making margaritas as well?
No,
Nobody in the house had margaritas?
no,
Okay, so you were just taking shots?
yes.
Okay. And, about what time do you think you started?
Earlier that day, probably 12 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay, and then you were saying this is around, did you say 10:30 or 11 when, the incident happened with your daughter on the phone?
Yes,
Okay, and then, at some point in time, Mr. Williams was talking to both your daughter and your, his little cousin about, texting or talking to boys, right?
right,
Because the two older girls, your daughter is 12 and the little cousin is 12, right?
right, but I don't feel like he was not just talking to all of them, he was directing his anger mostly to my older daughter.
Okay, because he was upset that she was texting with a boy, right?
He don't know that for sure. He didn't even go to the phone to see he broke it, so he really don't know that for sure.
Okay, so you didn't believe that she was texting with a boy?
I really don't.
Okay. Because you had conversations with your daughter about that, right?
Yes,
And you don't believe that she would, break your rules, right?
Let's get back to the strangulation.
Kids gonna be kids at the end of the day, I'm not saying that, but we don't know, because we didn't see the phone, he automatically broke it, so we don't know.
So then, Mr. Williams, after that, continued to talk to the girls, right?
Yes,
And, that's when you become involved, right?
yes, because he wasn't talking to her. When you yelling at her face, cussing at her, basically saying, oh, you not nobody, taking her glass, it wasn't a situation that's talking, that's what made him step in. He was yelling, spitting in her face, she's 12 years old.
Okay. And when you say, so you didn't like that he was yelling, and as a result of his yelling, he spit, am I correct?
Yes, he was like, what did you take her glasses off the floor? I don't know what is he gonna do at this point.
Understood, but he never, hit her, right?
No,
Okay, and he's never hit your children before, right?
no,
Okay. Now, you indicate that at some point you step in, right?
yes,
And Mr. Williams began to yell at you for interfering, right?
right,
And then, do you hit Mr. Williams?
no.
Did you ever put your hands on him?
If we plan, but as far as fighting for real, no, never.
I'm talking about this particular. incident.
No, never.
Once you stepped in and,
No,
he directed, his words toward you, did you ever put your hands on him?
no,
Okay. Now, you said he slapped you on the right side of your face, right?
yes,
And you said he pushed you out of the room, right?
yes,
Now, before he pushed you out of the room, was he telling you to leave?
yeah,
Okay.
yes,
And you were refusing to leave, right?
yes, because why do I need to get out? You don't,
I know, I understand, I'm just asking you some questions. So when he's pushing you, is he first like pushing your arm or something like that?
when you pushing me, first he was just like pushing my chest, then he put his hand around my neck and he choked me for me, and then he like pulling me out the room.
So he was pushing you at your chest and you weren't moving backwards, right?
Yeah, I was moving backwards, but I was still coming forward, because I'm like, why I gotta get out the room?
Okay, and so your testimony is that he first pushes you at your chest, just trying to get you out, right?
No, my first testimony is that when he started arguing with me, he slapped me first,
Right.
then he was pushing me out the room
Right.
and choking me out the room.
No, I got that. I was kind of past the slapping, but I get you.
Okay,
So when he starts to push you, he's pushing you at your chest level, right? Just
yeah,
trying to push you back.
yes,
Okay, now you said that at some point he grabbed you around the neck.
yes, because when he was pushing me, I'm still like, as he pushing me, I am stepping back, but I'm moving forward, because I'm like, I'm not getting out the room. So that would made him, choke me, because he seen that I wasn't getting out the room. So when he was choking me and pushing me out the room, when he finally got me out the room, he slammed the door.
And you never passed out, right? Never lost consciousness.
No,
You didn't have any marks on your neck, right?
no,
You didn't, and you didn't have any injuries at all, correct?
no.
Is there approximately how long did he have his hand around you?
About 5 seconds.
Questions based on my question. Did you feel as though he was choking you or pushing you more towards out of the door?
I feel like he was choking me because he choked me for a minute, and then that's when he started pushing me. So I do feel like he choked me at first.
Questions based on my question. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
No further witnesses, Your Honor. Your Honor, at this time, I would move to find over charge and reserve argument.
Then I would just argue that I believe that based on the testimony that the, contact, with Ms. Hines, that may have been incidental. She testified that they had all been drinking since this happened around 11:30 at night. So with that,
I don't know how we get incidental from his hand being around her neck, squeezing her neck to the point where she feels like she's being choked. She said to the point where she had cough after. Of course, I do recognize that both parties have been drinking. This was really a dumb situation. But it does meet the elements of assault and intent to create like a complex matter by strangulation. Or after hearing the testimony of Michelle Hines, is satisfied that the verdict probably cause as it relates to the charges of taking the complaint forward. The court finds which charge of the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to this found over to land for criminal division for proceedings. Is a random only information date time of June 14, 2023 at 9 p.m. Time will continue. Ms. Franklin,
Yes, sir.
is yours a hold?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's the, I said, have you guys back there. You have a witness that has to be out at 3:30.
Yes, Your Honor, I did, if it's okay, I anticipated a lunch break, I told her to leave so that she could be back as early as possible, she does need to leave by 3:30, I guess. I recognize the court staff needs a lunch at a proper time.
It would be a day that Ms. Franklin was here on time, in fact, she was. early.
That's why I don't mind. I have a 1:45 in Southfield, so what time?
Even if I was to do it now, you wouldn't make that 1:45.
Your Honor, I am able to pick a new date. If
Yeah.
that's the court's preference.
Okay. Looks like that may be what we have to do. So Ms. Sprinkle was here earlier. I hope that doesn't change the course. Next time we hear Ms. Sprinkle.
Runner, I was right across the street the last.
Wasn't here.
Things look a little better for me this morning, so I was able to be here.
Mr. Mackey, let's get it.
Yes, sir.
Let's have Mr. Mackey come.
Okay, Mr. Mack. This short door right here.
Calling case 25682 for state of Michigan versus Dorian Lynn Mack. Defendants charged with count 1, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 5, criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 6, unlawful imprisonment. Count 7, assault, intent to degrade by way of harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 8, assault, intent to degrade by way of harm, less than murder by strangulation. Count 9, interfering with the crime report. Count 10, domestic violence. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Elizabeth Moore on behalf of the people, P84724, standing in for attorney and record Sona Mosisian.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. Carol Love Sprinkle, 49898 on behalf of Mr. Dorian Mack.
All right, Mr. Mack, tell me your name for the record, sir.
Your Honor, my name is Dorian Mack.
And I have to apologize to everyone here that you guys were all here timely. And the court is not able to move forward on this preliminary examination today due to congestion of the docket. That being the case, the court is going to, and we'll try to adjourn this matter. I can adjourn virtually any day moving forward. What is the next available date you have?
Your Honor, I can be here tomorrow or Friday.
Tomorrow is my homicide day. But I do have it open at 1:30.
Tomorrow, Your Honor?
Yes. 1:30 tomorrow?
I believe I can make that work, Your Honor. Can I just call the plaintiff witness and confirm that she'll
Sure.
be back so soon?
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, just one moment.
Ms. Drain, who do you have out there?
For the Kira Anderson case, so that one was also scheduled, I believe at noon. I don't have a complaint here, though, so
Okay,
put this on the record, procedure.
sure, all right. In fact, we can do that now while we're waiting on this more issue.
So sorry about that, Your Honor. Tomorrow at 1:30 does work for the plaintiff witness.
Okay, so the court will adjourn this matter to June 1st at 1:30. Now we can.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Kyra Anderson. Calling case 2356147, people of the state of Michigan versus Kyra Anderson. Defendants charged in count 1 assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 2 malicious destruction of personal property, $200 more or less than $1,000. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Shelley Drake, P number 60249.
The police report, Gerald Eaton's behalf of defendants, P2912.
And good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the court, Robert Higbee is co-counsel for Ms. Anderson, P82739. Ms. Anderson is present in the court.
Good afternoon. Tell me your name, for the record.
Kyra Anderson.
Today's the date, time, set, and preliminary examination are ready to proceed.
Your Honor, may I first ask if there is anyone in the waiting room right now? A Chardonnay Connor?
There's no one in my waiting.
Your Honor, I'm not able to proceed at this time. Chardonnay Connor is the complainant in this case, and this person did want to ask for an adjournment, because apparently, she has had surgery and is struggling to walk, and asked if she could appear by Zoom. I indicated if she wasn't gonna appear in court, she should appear by Zoom. I tried calling several times this morning, was not able to get in touch with her. I did say, are you going to appear by Zoom? And she did respond, I don't have the Zoom information. I text her all the information as to how to go to the website, how to scroll down, how to click on the Zoom, join Zoom hearing for this court. I asked her, were you able to join? Did you try to log on? Were you able to log on? And I haven't gotten any response, Your Honor. So apparently she does want to go forward, but she hasn't logged on to Zoom, has not called me or texted me. So I would ask for an adjournment, but that's all I can get for this time.
Now, we moved to this person heard about a request to appear on Zoom, which was without an adequate explanation.
And I doubt it, we probably do that either.
I'm saying, so we moved to dismiss Ryan without prejudice if we continue.
In order for this court to grant an adjournment, it would have to be for good cause. She sort of absent herself from this today. even getting the Zoom information sheet that showing up at mine, showing up at all. So without any further explanation, the court does not find that there's good cause for adjournment. Dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I need a dismissal order, Mr.
Yes, just hand it.
So we'll do Chris Maurice at 2:30.
Much nicer. Special place. Here's what my head's going. That's what he's doing.
haven't heard a thing about
Oh, okay. Miss Jane, do you know about, a case, another case that got transferred to us? They put it on the docket for tomorrow. Okay. Shabbos. Aisha. Shabbos. Okay. It's actually set for an exam on just agreed. I don't know why they put it for exam on our document. So here's the. So they are really so. If you're like this, except for exam tomorrow, but it's gonna be a PCC with us. Right. So we can. Okay. Oh, did you? See it? Is that me? Is that me?
All right. No, so. Don't even look at it. Not sure, okay.
Ms. Posner.
Yes, I'm sorry, wait. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Are you ready to rock and roll?
Yes, I am.
Okay, calling case 2356767, people of the state of Michigan versus Crystal Reese. Defendant charged in count one, attempted larceny, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Shelley Green for the people, P number 60249.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, Leslie Poser. I can say Leslie Posner on behalf of Krista Reese. And it's P 61843. And I do not object to this being conducted by Zoom.
Ms. Reese, tell us your name for the record.
Krista Reese.
Date, time set for the examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
How many witnesses for the people?
I have one witness, Your Honor.
Okay, call your witness.
At this time, the people would call Mr. Shantonio Brooks.
At which case are we doing first, Your Honor?
I only have one case, the attempted larceny, $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000.
There was also there's another one here I have for. They both seem to come over here, and the other one is for stalking.
That's a misdemeanor case, I believe,
Okay.
between the parties as well.
That would be before Judge Gary.
Oh, okay. Is there a date for that?
I don't know, it's the first I've heard of it. Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. Sir, please have a seat. The witness box right against me. Right up here, sir. Maybe give me your ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Please state your name once again for the record.
Shantonio Brooks.
All right, Mr. Brooks, I'm going to be asking you some questions today. If you don't understand something or if you want me to repeat it, please let me know, all right?
Okay.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brooks, I want to bring your attention back to the date of April 25th of this year, 2023. Do you remember that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what were you doing on that date?
I was at my son's school to get a copy of his report card.
Okay. You were at your son's school. So what is the name of your son?
His name's Kingston.
Kingston, okay. And, who is the mother of your child, Kingston?
Krista Reese.
Okay, and, what is your relationship with Krista Reese at this time?
We just share 2 children in common, and I do have a protection order against her, and there are multiple cases against her.
Okay, so you have Winston, you said?
Kingston,
I'm sorry. You have Kingston, and what is your other child?
Phoenix.
Okay, and, boys, girls?
They're boys, ages 13 and 6.
Okay, and, Kingston is how old?
13.
Okay. And for identification purposes, do you see Krista Reese anywhere in the courtroom here today?
Yes,
Okay, so could you indicate where you see her and what she's wearing today?
she's on the screen in the lower middle, and it looks like a white blouse.
All right, thank you very much. Your Honor, please let this record reflect that this witness has identified the defendant, Krista Reese.
So noted.
Thank you. All right, so you indicated that you went up to your son's school, and would that be Kingston?
Yes,
Okay, what happened when you got to his school?
I got to his school, and I found out he had gotten suspended. So, as I stated, I was there to get a copy of his report card. I found out upon getting there that he had gotten suspended, so I was picking up a copy of the suspension letter along with a copy of his report card
Okay, and where did you get that information?
from the main office at the school.
Okay, so were you in the main office?
Yes.
Okay, what happened after that?
After, like, it was the end of the day, so they were pretty busy, there was a lot of movement, but I was speaking with the assistant principal, and I had just spoken briefly with the dean of students. And while the assistant principal was walking out of the office, Ms. Reese walked into the office, and Ms. Reese had the assistant principal spoke to Ms. Reese, and asked Ms. Reese, was everything okay? Because I don't know, I wasn't paying much attention, but she may have been looking a certain type of way, but the assistant principal asked Ms. Reese, was everything okay? Ms. Reese stated everything was fine, and I said, well, yeah, I'm just here to get a copy of the report card. And Ms. Reese then asked me if I had received it, and I said, yeah, I got it. She walked out the office, and
were you still in the office at that time?
yes, I was still in the office at that time.
And what did you do after that?
When Ms. Reese walked out of the office, she made a right turn down, like the office is on a corner of 2 joining hallways. So it's like, it's like an L shape. The office is in the corner of the L.
Okay.
So Ms. Reese walked out the office and made a right, and as I'm looking through the office glass door, I saw my son coming up the opposite hallway, the one that's like it was straight away from the door, so I'll just say it was like just straight away from the door. And I went out into the hallway to greet my son and speak to him, and he tried to like brush me off and like push me away from him. So instead of letting him push me, I restrained him. When I restrained him, the school staff were trying to diffuse the situation. They was telling us to like take it outside. So I still had him restrained, but I was walking him out the door.
Right, and why did you have him restrained?
Because he had tried to push me.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's 13. I walked up to greet him and shake his hand, and he tried to like disregard me and push me out of his way.
Okay.
So instead of letting him push me out the way, I restrained him. I just wrapped his arms up to where he couldn't continue to push me.
Okay, so, and you said you were trying to
walk him, excuse me?
Were you trying to go walk outside?
Yes.
Okay, and were you able to walk outside?
No.
Okay, what happened next?
As I was walking him outside, Miss Reese came, making a scene. She was saying, get your hands off my son, and telling the staff to call the police and
things like that. So me and my son, like, right outside the hallway is the entry to the school. I mean, right outside the main office, on this wall to the left, there's the entryway in and out the school. We're not at the main building doors, but we're in the little hallway in between the hallway door and the building doors. If you follow me?
Yes, so what
Okay.
happened after that?
So my son, I still got him, I still got his arms restrained, but we're up against the wall. As I got him like up against the wall because I didn't want to push him through the crowd to like, stand a risk of bumping into anyone else or anything like that because, we're at a school full of children. So I'm like, I got my son while I'm holding him, trying to like make our way out the building. Miss Reese comes like pushing and grabbing at me. I like try to like fan her off. My son hand got free. One of his hands got free. So he yanked my necklace off my neck.
Okay, you had a necklace on.
Yes.
What kind of necklace did you have on?
I have it on if you care to see it.
Yes, okay.
I had this necklace on.
Okay, so, the necklace that you have on right now is the necklace you had on that day, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, and, where did you get that necklace?
A jeweler custom made the pendant for me and I bought the necklace itself from Zenas some years back.
All right, and how much did you pay for that?
I paid like 15,000 for it. It was years ago, so I don't recall the exact amount I paid for the necklace itself, but for the pendant, I paid like somewhere between $9,500 and $10,000. I purchased this stuff years ago.
All right, and what is that made of?
It's yellow gold and white gold
Okay.
and diamonds.
And then, okay, all right, so what happened with the necklace on that day, if anything?
Well, as I was fanning Miss Reese off, my son, one of his hands got free. He yanked it off my neck. So the pendant fell to the floor.
Okay.
And I bent down to pick the pendant up off the floor. Miss Reese kicked it out of my reach. And
Was she that close to you?
yes,
Okay,
she was like I'm here, my son on this wall. She's like right over my shoulder.
okay,
When she kicked the pendant out of my reach, she picked it up and tried to run up out of the school with it.
okay, so you said, she kicked it.
Yes.
Now, did it, just from your perspective and what you saw, did it appear that she kicked it like it was an accidental thing because she was right there, or?
It was intentional, like, cause I was bending down to pick it up, she looked down at it and kicked it out of my reach.
Okay, how far did it go when she kicked it?
We're in this small area, like, we're in Palmer Park Academy over on Margarita, and I don't know the exact cross streets, but it's like Oak, and the door that we were entering in, it's door number 32. So she may have kicked it maybe 4 feet away from me.
Okay.
But she picked it up and repeatedly tried to run out of the building with it.
Okay, so when she tried to run, was she running in your direction or away from you?
She was running away from me, and like I was trying to get it from her. And as I was at one point while I was trying to get it from her, my son came up from behind and punched me in the back of the head.
Okay.
And during that, like I guess it all happened so fast, but I'm guessing the staff like grabbed him, and she like got away from me, but she wasn't letting go of the jewelry.
Okay, could you see the pendant, the pendant still in her hand?
Yes.
Okay, and was she walking your door or no?
She was just trying to avoid me so she could make her way out of the door, the assistant principal and the dean of students, they were right there. So they were like, mainly trying to diffuse the situation and calm us down. I was telling them, I'm like, she got my jewelry in her hand. Do not let her leave this building with my jewelry. So she kept like trying to avoid contact with us. And they even witnessed her trying to stick it in her back pocket. They kept telling her to give it to them.
You can't say what other people witnessed, just tell us what you saw.
Okay. Well, I saw her trying to stick it in her back pocket. She kept saying she didn't have it. I don't have anything. And I witnessed one of the other witnesses tell her, well, we see it in your hand, just give them this stuff.
Okay, how long did this go on for?
This went on for a couple of minutes. It didn't stop until Kingston came back in the building to see what was going on. I said, well, she got my jewelry. And he snatched it from her and gave it to me.
Oh, so your son Kingston took it from her and gave it back to you?
Yes.
Okay, and how did did you observe that?
Yes.
How did he do that?
Like he came in the building, because I'm guessing he was wondering what was taking her so long. But he came in the building and he saw me, his mom, the assistant principal, and the dean of students. We were all like right there in the same area of the hallway. He said, what's going on? I simply stated, she got my jewelry and she trying to steal my jewelry. He snatched it from her and gave it to her.
Okay.
Well, he stated, give him his stuff and snatched it from her and gave it to her.
Okay. And did Ms. Reese say anything to you?
At which point?
From the time that she took the pendant.
She was only saying, I don't have it. She was trying to tell the staff. She didn't really say much directly to me right then, but she was just trying to make like she didn't have it and they saw her trying to stick it in her back pocket. Okay,
and what kind of relationship do you have with Ms. Reese? I kind of asked you that before, but
it's a very, very bad co-parenting experience. Like, I've tried to be there, and for the past, since October of 2019, Ms. Reese has been making my life a living chaos.
okay, all right, so you don't have a good relationship with her?
Not at all, or her family.
Okay, okay, thank you, I have no further questions, hold on.
Okay.
All right. Okay, my mic, come on, here. Is that on? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great, okay. I have 2 questions here. All right, so I'm just gonna jump around for a minute, but you said you had your son restrained. Why was that? Why were you restraining your son? Why did you restrain him?
I restrained him because he was pushing me.
Well, why was he pushing you?
He was pushing me to avoid me greeting him and speaking to him, and he was trying to push me out of his way.
So it's fair to say he didn't want to speak to you, correct?
Yes.
And your way of dealing with that was that you just held him you actually assaulted him. You just grabbed him and hung on to him, right? Because he didn't want to speak to you. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Okay, then what did you do to him when he didn't want to speak to you?
He was pushing me. To prevent him from pushing me, I just restrained his arms.
Couldn't you have just let him go?
He's my 13-year-old son. I wasn't gonna just let my 13-year-old son push me out of the way, and I'm his father, Ms. Posner.
Well, I understand, but instead, you used physical force against your 13-year-old son, and you had not been attacked. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I didn't use physical force. I used physical restraint.
Well, that's force, correct?
No.
He wasn't free to go, was he?
Excuse me?
Was he free to go?
Not at that point, no, he wasn't.
Okay, why wasn't he free to leave you?
Because
Who
I'm
he
not
didn't want
gonna
to talk
allow my child to push me, Ms. Posner.
Okay, but if a child pushes you, does that mean that do you believe it's your right to hold him into a bear hug? Not, why would you hold him? What was that? What was the purpose of holding him if he didn't want to go to you? I don't understand that. Tell me.
Your Honor, I am going to object. Number one, ask and answers multiple times.
Okay, I'll move on. I can move on. No problem. All right. No, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Okay, here we go. So, so you came to the school to get a report card, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you have joint 50-50 custody with my client, with your son, correct?
yes,
Okay, and there's a parenting time schedule as well, correct?
yes,
And since this incident, you have now allowed my client to see her son according to the court order, correct?
not correct.
Okay, so when did you bring your son to her home so she could have her parenting time as a court order?
Ms. Posner, after this incident, I hadn't saw my kids until May the 5th when Miss Reese was arrested. And when Miss Reese got arrested, she hadn't contacted me or anything like that. And with her having multiple arrest warrants, and she was already on the lam with my children, I really felt some type of way about taking my children to her with arrest warrants that she's not dealing with. And she had already ordered.
I understand. So you felt that you had the right to ignore the judge's order over there, Judge Elder, which was back in 2022, I believe, and you could just take those kids away from her because that's what you thought you should do, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. You're not here for a child custody or parenting.
Well, I know, but
This has nothing to do with the incident that we're here for today.
I know, but he brought it up. I'm just following up his statements, that's all. I'm just cross-examining him based on his own testimony.
Ms. Posner, let's ask relevant questions as to the alleged attempted larceny.
Attempted larceny. All right, so you said your son did rip the necklace off your neck, correct?
Yes, he did.
And then you also told the police that it somehow got kicked away from you, is that correct?
I told the officer that Miss Reese kicked it away from me.
Did you tell the officer that she put it in her pocket and wouldn't give it back?
I told the officer that she attempted to put it in her pocket and wouldn't give it back.
Well, they just testified that you did put it in her pocket, so did you tell the officer?
I didn't testify, I testified that she was attempting to place it in her pocket, Ms. Posner.
Did you tell the officer that she tried to put your necklace in her pocket?
I told the officer that she tried to stick my pendant in her pocket, Ms. Posner.
And so she forgot about her son, is that correct? Is that what you're saying? He just on the
Excuse
side?
me?
So she was more concerned about getting your pendant in her pocket than getting control of her son back, right?
I don't know what was more important to her, Ms. Posner.
Do you know where your son was during this business with the pendant?
He was outside the building at first until he came back in and snatched it from her.
All right, did you tell any of this to the police who investigated your incident, that it was him who went and got it from her and turned it to you?
Yes, I did. It's all in the statement, Ms. Posner.
Let's see. Okay, the wrong one. So she didn't take the pendant and leave, correct?
No, she didn't. She tried, but she didn't.
But your son is the one who tore it off your neck, correct?
Yes, Ms. Posner.
And then you were still holding him, correct? Or
I was
straining?
still holding him at what point?
When he got his hand free. One hand, where was the other hand?
Yeah, I still had one hand, and as I reached down to get my pendant off the ground, Miss Reese kicked it away, and Well, I was trying to get my pendant, my son broke loose, and that's when he, came up behind me and sucker punched me.
All right, so he's. Did you report his assault to prosecutor's office, juvenile facilities?
That's not relevant, Ms. Cole.
Oh, I'll stay with this. You said in the beginning, there's all these PPLs and cases against my client, so let me ask you about that. You reported a police contact with my client, or that she was stalking you on 4/21, on 9/21, on 11/21, and 2/22, correct?
Your Honor, I could.
No, because he said there's PPLs, and it's important here, because it goes to his credibility, The only time Judge Elder denied his request for PPL. And that was.
I don't care if that, Ms. Cole. The thing I care about is whether or not there was this attempted larceny on the day in question.
Okay, well. And then we had to call the son to testify. I didn't want to, but I mean, I don't know what to do about this. I mean, he's saying what happened, he assaulted his son and got away, and everybody kicked he got everything back. And my client got her son. And then he's kept him all this time and will not answer apples or anything. I don't know what to say about this. I mean, I don't know. It just seems that there's a credibility issue all the way around here. Not for my client. She just did what she came to do, pick her son up from school, which she does every single day. And then when she got there, there was.
Are you talking to me, or are you talking to yourself?
Huh?
Are you talking to me or to yourself?
No, I'm not talking to anybody. I'm trying to just get some information out of the defendant, who made several statements in the beginning of this hearing, and I was just trying to clear them up. But
speak with you.
Huh?
You said you're trying to get information from the defendant.
Yeah, I mean, because he said some things about PPOs and all these cases my clients have. I know. All right, so that's it. All right, well, why were you at the school? One last question.
I was at the school to pick up a copy of my son's report card.
Do you not receive one from mail like my client does?
Your client enrolled my son in that school and did it against our joint legal and joint physical custody order, Ms. Posner. And Ms. Reese didn't give the school my information. I wasn't even supposed to know the whereabouts of this school or anything about this school.
Did you take that to the court that made the custody arrangement, and so that you had joint legal custody, and that you?
It's in the process of getting to the court. The court does have a copy of a motion. Yes, they do.
A motion from you?
Yes.
Stating what? I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
I'm not gonna.
I don't want to withdraw that question. It doesn't matter. All right. So you're expecting the family court to find that my client did not tell you where your son was going to school, but you found it anyway, right? I'm done.
Relevant to this case, or you want to do the PPO?
I'm just trying to respond to what he's saying, but obviously, he thinks that his son took the necklace off his neck, kicked it to my client, and she was going to run with it and leave her son there. I guess that was what his testimony is, and that's all I can say about that.
That's not what the testimony was, Ms. Posner. You're making things up in your head.
All right.
Did you have anything else, ma'am?
No.
Can you redirect?
No, nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may stay. All right. Any other witnesses from the people?
I have no further witnesses, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for you, Ms. Posner?
No. No.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move for a bind over as charged and reserve.
I object to that because his testimony was all over the place about who took it, when they took it, who put it in her pocket. She was there for his son. That's what he testified to, that he got into a brouhaha with her over letting his son go to her. And all of a sudden it's about theft of items that she didn't want nor care about. She wanted her son safe and she wanted him. That's all. And he even testified that. So I don't understand where his credibility is coming from. He talks about various PPOs and all these cases. Every case that he talked about, he's caused her. And I'm hired to get this all unraveled. I mean, every judge who's heard it in family court has kicked it right out. All his complaints kicked out. But here we are, so I'm saying he's not credible at all, and the story he told wasn't credible. Story about holding his son in the head, and why would he do that? Why wouldn't he let his son go to his mother? They have joint physical, joint legal custody. I don't know, but it's all a terrible credibility issue, and I think it pretty much shows what he wants to do here is have her bound over for larceny of his necklace, which now I'll have to bring her son in to testify what actually happened, and the police officer who saw the whole incident and other people who called me to testify on her behalf. I mean, I just feel bad for the son. I feel bad for the whole thing. But this is not about, it's not about a necklace. It's not about her trying to steal her necklace. She just wanted her son to be released from his grip. That's all. And that's the testimony he actually said. So I'd say the court should not bind this over to go on to more and more hearings, but that's my hope.
Your Honor, I would ask that the court find the testimony to be credible and believable by the witness, Mr. Brooks. He essentially stated that he went.
He is not here to testify. He's not here to testify.
Excuse me, Ms. Posner. You had your opportunity to speak. It's Ms. Drain's turn now.
She's going to read a statement into the record, but it is not for a person who's not here to testify to what they said.
She didn't read any statement into the record, ma'am. Please don't interrupt.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would ask this court to find the witnesses today testimony credible and believable. He stated that he went up to the school to get his son's report card. While at the school, he came into information that his son had been suspended. He saw his son. He tried to greet his son kind of brushed him off. And he said, I'm not going to let my 13-year-old son do that. So he did restrain him. And I believe he said he was trying to go in the direction of the door. He says that he did see the defendant, Ms. Reese, and that she kind of entered that situation, and that during that physical altercation, his son got hand free and grabbed his necklace and the pendant came off and it was on the ground. He said he tried to reach for it on the ground and the defendant, Ms. Reese, kicked it. She kicked it away from him as he was trying to pick it up. She then went to pick it, she then picked it up and was walking away from him. He asked for it back. She didn't give it back. He says he saw her try to put it in her pocket, which would lead someone to believe she's trying to conceal something. She's saying she didn't have it. He said he saw her with it. He then testifies that the son, who had gone outside, then came back in and asked what was going on. And the witness stated, she tapped my pendant, and the witness stated that the son then got the pendant back from his mom and gave it to his dad. He testified that he paid $14,000 that was for that necklace and more for the pendant, I believe. In any event, it is over. What he testified to was that what he paid was definitely over 1,000, but less than 20,000. Your Honor, I think that the testimony is clear that she did attempt to take that. She wasn't going to give it back, and from the testimony, he didn't get it back until the son took it from her and gave it back to his dad. So for that reason, I'm asking for.
All right, so first, there wasn't anything inherently incredible about the witness's, Mr. Brooks' testimony. As the assistant prosecutor just indicated, he indicated that he went to the school to get a copy of the son's report card. He saw the defendant there, and as he was leaving out of the office, he saw his son coming towards him. He said he walked up to shake his son's hand. His son brushed him off. I imagine he felt disrespected by his 13-year-old son to brush him off in the manner in which he did. And they got into some kind of tussle, if you will, where he was trying to lead his son outside because others that were watching, other school personnel told him to take that outside. He said his son got an arm free and yanked the chain that he was wearing off his neck. Chain and the pendant fell to the floor, that the defendant allegedly kicked the pendant from his reach and picked it up herself and began to walk towards the door and even tried to put it in her pocket. He asked for the charm back and she indicated that she didn't have it, and it was only until the defendant's son got it from his mother and returned it back to him that he was able to get it back from her. So that is at least a question of fact that the defendant attempted to steal this chain that was $1,000 or more, but less than $20,000 in value. The court, after hearing the testimony of Mr. Brooks, is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint and warrant. The court finds this charge committed in the city of Detroit, and the court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. Defendant will be bound in County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for the proceedings. Her arraignment on the information date and time will be June 14th, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
I asked the court for one question. I told my client I'd ask. He's admitted on the stand that he has 50/50 custody that hasn't been changed by any court, and that she is parenting time. And he will not allow her to see his son. Is there any way we can get the court here to either find him guilty of parental kidnapping? It's parental kidnapping. You will not return the child. No, parental kidnapping is a criminal action, Judge King. It is. And he's kidnapped that child. He will not let him come home.
Let her file a police report then. To family court.
No, it isn't. It's criminal court, and I'll call the police department myself. It is a criminal case to do. It is not a family case. It's a criminal case to do. I mean, this, she knows that.
No, ma'am, you're alleging.
Parental kidnapping is not a criminal case.
It works a lot better when you don't talk over me.
I know. Well, it's not working at all for my clients. So I can't do much worse.
You're really bad at it.
I know. Well, I get that now.
So
everything you said is true, and everything he says is true. It's fine. I get it, Your Honor. Question of fact, I tried my best to get.
Question you to do it. You're muted. Now maybe you can listen to me. See, your mouth is still moving. You're still not listening. Okay, Ms. Posner, you're alleging a violation of a family court order. You must take that up with family court, not this court. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you, you too.
Judge, you have a good afternoon.
All right, you too, sir.